less hot, I think, because it's... Yeah, I won't be able to see you guys too well with the writing right now because the phone being, you know, facing directly at the sun. Let's see who we got now. Already a lot on there. Tom, Jim, Lisa, Andrew, how y'all doing? Alright. Yeah, my deer guard won't stay, my right side I can't get it to latch, but I think I know what the problem is. It's the bracket up front. I'll show you. I know it's because when I hit a pothole in a truck parking area in Tennessee about I don't know, a month or so-ish ago. Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. It was a motherfucker trying to get the thing to unlatch so I could actually do the pre-trips, and I just leave that side unlatched now. I'm going to have to get a new bracket though. I can tell it it's bent inward and then also curls back. I'll show you guys in a second. Alright, got Linda. How you doing, Linda? James. Lionel. You guys are quick. Yeah, I'm already up to 9 people. Be right back, just getting ready for bed. Yeah, I figured. I'm planning on doing a pretty long shift today, so... Or I'm hoping to, so I might still be driving early in the morning early in my morning, and then halfway into your day. Just to let you know, Lisa, I want to be in the sun again. Yeah, well, actually, it was going to take, let me get through all these. You forgot to tell the shop about it. Actually, they told me they can't fix it. They have to go to a body shop. So, good afternoon. Can you repower load to Dallas? Delivers 25 0800 at 22000. Dropping hook. The guy is at the Flying J in Yuma. Well, I'm gonna go buy the Flying J anyway to scale my load. At that same Flying J to scale my load anyway, but I do need to get routed through the terminal so I can get my fuel card replaced. If I can do a repower here in town. Same Flying J. I'm actually going to be I need to scale my load here. I'm at exit 7 in Yuma right now. The Flying J, I think it's exit 12, and it's actually where I was planning on scaling my load anyway. So that doesn't bother me. Miles are miles. So this one, I am running way ahead of schedule on this one, so it actually benefits me there to get out from under this one, especially if that one's a dropping hook that tells me it's a Taylor Farms load, and then also I can run, I can get rid of the load as quickly as I want to get rid of it. Moving back into my truck. Yeah, that'll save you a lot of money there. Epoxy mechanics, that sun does. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to show you what I was talking about there. I'll kind of gives Rob a chance to respond back to. Well, sounds like my air lines are leaking again. A little petty thing there. I was hearing a leak from there. It's just coming from that. Just move it just a slight bit, and that's all it takes. Okay, so there's these black brackets right here. This one's okay. But this one here, you can see how there's a gap there between the bracket and the deer guard. I'm pretty sure I just need to replace that bracket to fix it. That's yeah, so I just gotta find out how much that part is and buy it and replace it. I can do that myself easily. Need to do my need to send in my reefer status too. Alright, Andrew asks, hey, does anybody know why truck manufacturers have turned away from stacks on the cab? Might be because of emissions, because the stacks on the cab tend to be more of a straight back design with like no emission control features on it. I don't know if that for sure. I'm not an old school trucker, so I don't know the intimate design, intricate workings of how trucks with stacks on them are compared to modern trucks, but I suspect that has something to do with it. They still do make newer model trucks though that are like the old long nose kind of stuff. Maybe someone who's been around longer, like Simi on the road, she's been around longer. I've only been driving just about 4 years, so don't have that like decades of experience knowing what's different with trucks today except for emissions. So I'm guessing emissions is the answer. 6754. Yes. Green giant. No, just kidding. It's not that. 4. Yes. Probably just give Rob a call. That way I can expedite this because I want to get rolling. Oh, looks like he already responded, so. Let me double check. I don't think that was really him. Because it was just a 10-4 message that got sent, so it could have been my fill-in DM. I'll call you back. I'm trying to call the company. All right, let's get out of here. I didn't want a hole. Oh, God. Switch. Come on. Come on, switch me over. Damn it. Freaking lock screen. My phone likes to go in auto turn the display off after a few seconds whenever I get a call or make a call. Alright. It's alright. Let's get this turned so you guys can actually see something. Oh, come on. Now there's truck coming from both sides. couldn't win for losing there, man. I was trying to pull out of my spot, and there was someone coming from on the left, behind me on the left. And then there was another guy who's coming into my row from the other side, looking like he wanted to set up a side backing into my row. So is Rob there? Hey, Rob, how you doing? It's Scott Zane. We seem to interact a lot with repowers and stuff. Hmm. Oh, mine's heavy too. I'm getting rid of this. I'm gonna scale it at that same Flying J that he's at too. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's lighter than my load. Cause yeah, well, my BOL doesn't have a weight on it, but the load info shows 42,000. So, and I know it is kind of heavy. So yeah, I just left the shipper now, so I will be there at the Flying J shortly to scale it regardless. Yeah, I don't mind doing that load. Just if there's any possibility the Texas planner can get me my next load to go, yeah, at least something that goes up through the yard. If not, to somewhere I can drop there, it'd be great. Okay, what? 27 hours. Okay. Yeah, that I don't think that'll be a real problem. Let's see. I don't know what my distance is from there. I assume it's going to Taylor Farms in Dallas. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, that's going to be a. That's not gonna be an easy one. Okay. Yeah, just the okay. Yeah, the fuel card thing is kind of a convenience thing. I can always use my pilot flying, yeah, my pilot app to get fuel in the meantime. It's just sooner I get over there, it'd be the better. Ideally though. Uh, okay, thanks. All right, all right. Okay, so the other guy's load is going to Dallas. Just like I expected, it's going to Taylor Farms, but it needs to be there by 8 p.m. tomorrow, and it's close to 1,200 miles, I guess, from here to Dallas. So, and that's 30 hours. So it's 6 hours past now, which is 17. That's 23. So after 2,300 tomorrow night, between 2,300 and 2,400 tomorrow night's when. Oh, come on. You're not gonna pull that shit on me, people. This is why I fucking hate roundabouts. Nobody gives a shit. fucking game on me, asshole. Yeah. You want to play asshole games? I'll play asshole games too. Don't play roundabout asshole games with me. I'll win. You know, Wisconsin has state law there. Actually, they made where it's actually mandatory. The trucks have the right of way in roundabouts, which are extremely common in that state because all the problems that they have with people not letting trucks get into and out of roundabouts. So now they say as soon as the truck's even in the roundabout, it's you have to yield to them no matter what. Until it cools down, so you guys go and keep interacting, and I'll, whenever it cools down enough, I'll go ahead and take a look. Yeah, see, in that roundabout, you know all the traffic coming off the freeway? There were like 3 cars in a row all trying to come into the roundabout at the same time I was trying to get in. So I was never able to even try to get in unless I kind of forced my way into a lane. And then once I forced my way into one lane, I had to force my way into the other one. From here to El Paso, so I'd imagine I can make it to somewhere around Van Horn. Yeah, I'll tentatively plan on ending my shift in Van Horn. Not my favorite place to stop, but it's a common place for JCT drivers to stop for their breaks, so good place for a repower. Phone's cooled off enough now. I don't know if Eric Wildman's on here. I know he sent me a Facebook message, but I can't read it. Gonna have to wait till later. Or actually wait till I get to Blind J here, Eric, if you are here. Or say it right here. Say it to my face. Flying J's coming up here a mile and a quarter away. Exit 12. Silver alert. White Nissan. What? White Nissan truck, Arizona. Bravo, November, Juliet. 0419. So I guess it's a Tundra or Tacoma or something. Andrew wants to know if my truck is governed. Yes, it is. It's governed at 68 pedal and 70 cruise. was a good example why you signal early before getting off the freeway. Oops, some truck got lit up here. There wasn't anybody on the road around me except a truck that was right behind me, and my exit was coming up. His speed was very close to mine. Maybe just a hair slight, a little bit faster. I knew he was going to eventually catch me. I went ahead and signaled early. Well before, like at least a good eighth to quarter mile before I got to the actual off ramp. So he had ample time to plan a lane change, knowing that I'm probably going to slow down before I get to the off ramp. But he drives 75 to make sure. Yeah, I'll do 75 downhill. That's the only place I can do it in this truck until it's paid off. Okay, this other guy's load sounds like it's a little bit lighter than mine is, so let's see how it scales first, and if it's good, I will do the swap with them. Oh, come on, that's bullshit. The light only stayed green long enough for one. Actually, well, that truck probably ran the red light. Kind of hard to get off the freeway when the light won't stay long enough to let anybody off. I burned 11 minutes of drive, now 12 minutes of drive time to go 5 miles. Amazing. I feel like I'm back in California with those kind of miles and minutes. What's the fastest you've ever gone in a truck? I think for me, just a little over 80, but I know people in ungoverned trucks have done 100 plus. At 91's uphill, the governor broke down. Wow, what a ride. 90 uphill. 80 on Euro Truck Simulator. Yeah, I think I've done the 80, a little over 80 in real life with this truck. Usually don't let it go over 75 though, because you want to maintain positive control of the truck if anything goes wrong. But yeah, I know there are truckers out here who can do 100 plus. Gotta be geared right too. Not have a strong motor and then be geared right. Because a good number of us are geared for. You don't know how to button up for shit, do you? This truck in front of me. You'd have to have long enough gears on the truck to be able to get that high, because yeah, even for me, like if I'm in 10th gear, my highest gear, at 70 miles an hour, I can't imagine I can go, I don't know that I could even really hit 100 without getting my RPM up too high. I don't know for sure. Scotty run into snow for 2 to 6 inches of snow here. I was thinking I was going to take I-10 to I-25 to US 70 to US 60 with this load, but I found out the weather along 70 and 60 are crap. I decided, yeah, let's not do that. Now I won't have to worry about it. I'll just take 10 all the way across. Now let's see where this JCT driver is. Damn. A lot of people here. Those spots right there in front of us aren't even real spots. this guy trying to get on a scale? Why didn't he use this driveway? I think he was. This guy who turned in the side in front of me is also trying to use the scale. My tractor license. I hate it when they do that. Thankfully, I know both my tractor and trailer license numbers. Come on. I see the JCT truck over there on the west side of the building. Waiting for Waymaster. Processing. Oh, we are good. Man, that's perfectly balanced. 32.5 and 34.21. It's a black Kenworth I see over here. It's probably him. Come over here and ask him if he's the one. Ah, shit. This guy is trying to turn around to set up for backing himself. Park like shit. Oh, you know what? Let's go for this one over here. That Swift driver's parked like shit. I don't want to park right next to him when he's got his truck facing the spot I'm trying to get into. said. It's not my problem. It's your guys' problem. Stop screwing up my logs. Oh, there's another JCT that just showed up here, 4,300. Oh, never mind. Yeah, 40, 4140. Let me call them up real quick. Oh, Danny Herman's going to go for that other spot. Careful not to hit Swift. Hey, how you doing? Is it Mario, or is that how you pronounce it, or? Hey, how you doing? This is Scott from JCT. I was asked about swapping with you. I am right down the road, right down the lane from where you're parked. I just came here to scale my load. Coincidentally, they were saying that you needed a swap, so yeah, I just finished scaling my load, and it's good. It's going to Batavia, Illinois. It's going to Batavia, Illinois. Oh, yeah. Where are you trying to get to? Yeah, I know their main concern is trying to get your load delivered on time. So, I'll leave it up to you then. Because ultimately the problem is getting yours delivered on time, which I can't even get it delivered on time myself. So, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, I'm thinking like midnight tomorrow night for me personally. They told me if I could just get it some distance out of it, and then maybe swap with someone like maybe in Van Horn or something. They can relay me and someone else. All right. Yeah. Where do you? How do you usually get to Houston? Oh, okay. Because this load is running ahead of schedule. I can get it there on the what's it? The early part of the 7th, and it's not due until I think the 9th. Because I was even trying to get this load to the drop to Sapulpa myself, so I can get my fuel card replaced. Uh, yeah, mine I know why. It's because it's the magnetic strip is messed up, so I can't use it. Um, I can't use it on any card readers anymore. I can only use my Pilot app to get fuel. Yeah, if a team takes it, they will be able to deliver it on time because the only reason I can't get it there is because I'm gonna need another 10-hour break along the way. If I can get it, yeah, I can get it there by tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, oh no, no. You, yeah, yours is a Taylor Farms dropping hook, right? Yeah, you're going to Taylor Farms in Dallas, correct? Yeah, that's a 12-hour window. It's 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and those are always dropping hooks. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it should have shown on your end as a window, not 8 a.m. strict. Yeah. Okay, so um, well, all right. You want to get a hold of Rob then and let him know that you'd rather swap with the team than me, or yeah. Well, I mean, I understand you got to do what you got to do. All my concern is that I just literally started my shift like 5 miles away a few minutes ago. I'm gonna get rolling. But yeah, I don't. It doesn't really matter to me which load I'm under. It's just, you know, if it doesn't make sense to you, it's up to you. It's just let them know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, so they usually give you like those Sichuan loads out of Mill Garden or something to get home, or what? They usually give you those Sichuan loads, whatever, out of Mill Gardens to get home or something. Yeah. All right, well, let me call Rob and let him know that you don't want to do the swap and you'd rather swap with the team and see what he says. So, I mean, we want to that would okay. All right, no problem. I ain't got time for this shit. I want to get rolling. I'm not gonna play these little fucking him and hog games while I'm already sitting here at the damn place for the swap. Hey, is Rob there? Hey Rob, how you doing? It's Scott Zane. Hey, yeah, I'm not flying J. My load scaled good. I called the other driver, but doesn't sound like he wants to do the swap though, because I guess he's got home time scheduled next week that he's worried about missing. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of what I told him. Okay. All right, bye. All right. So Rob's gonna call the other driver up, and come on, that's not what I'm trying to pull up. That's what I'm trying to pull up. Okay, so yeah, he's gonna call the other driver up, find and touch base with them, let them know what's going on, and it's not a good way to make. Well, it's a bad situation either way. The driver wants to get home or be able to get home. He's sound like he's not expected to be there until the 13th anyway, though, and he's still 9 days away. So why are we so worried about it? Um, Yeah, mine delivers in Batavia, however you want to pronounce it, on the 9th, or early in the morning, but it's running ahead enough schedule where he could possibly drop it in our drop yard, in our, either in Sapulpa. Actually, we got a drop yard in Tolleson, and we got another one in Oklahoma City, and another one at our terminal. All three of those lots along the way to the customer, so there's always that possibility, or he can always get a swap somewhere else. Maybe something going back to the west that'll get him load home, and so he's not putting enough faith in the company to try to get him home when he needs to be there or wants to be there. I don't know what his time off's for. For me personally, I stay flexible. If unless I have a medical dental appointment or something, then that's the only time I really worry about. Hey, when I say I need to be home by this time, I expect to be home by this time. And then even then, I might put in like for the day before or something like that just to be sure. But being where I live, though, it's a lot easier for me to get home because I can get virtually any load that's not in California into California to get home with. And I've only twice in my entire time with JCT not gotten home by the time I was supposed to be there. The first time I was actually going to make it there the same day I was supposed to be there, but my truck broke down, and that's what screwed that up. The second one was just this last one when I was planning to be home the previous week, but it just didn't work out. They tried to do it. They tried to get me there. I had a pickup in Virginia that was going to get me to Harrisonville, Missouri, and then once I'm in the meat patch, it's right for picking there for loads of California. It would no problem at all get me a California load from there. Problem is I ran a little short on my hours available to get my load to Harrisonville, so I had to I just ended up having to swap, and it was only to do scheduled maintenance on my truck. So said, what, the hell with that. I don't really care. It doesn't have to be this specific week that I'm home. I can do it next week as long as it's on a weekday. Time hearing what you're saying. What's the deal? And you want to do the swap or do the swap? Yeah, because oh, okay. All right, yeah, I'll go ahead and disconnect then. Or wait, you want to say where your spot is? I am probably about 10 or so spots over to the left of you. I can come right once this Stevens truck gets out of the way. I can come over there and set up for your spot. Because as soon as you're out of there and I'm hooked to it, I'm gonna leave with it anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, once Stevens is out of my way, I'll go ahead and do that because I'm pulling out of my spot now. I just gotta wait for him. All right, all right, cool. I'll see you in a minute. All right, bye. Okay, come on, Stevens. Yeah, I want to say he's a newbie or something. I don't know, but he's just, yeah, or he's just really, maybe he's just really concerned about not being able to get home like he wants to. I don't think he has enough faith in JCT's ability to get people home. Yeah, there are people who do have trouble getting home, but I mean, as much time as he has, he's got like 9 days or whatever before he needs to be home. They can always drop this, possibly drop this in our yard, and then in our terminal or something. Can't tell that. It's a white Freightliner behind me. I can't tell if he's trying to leave or no. I don't think so. Can't tell if he's parked or waiting. No, he's outside his truck. Okay. I had to move my power mirror over to see that he was no longer in his truck. It's a white Freightliner back behind me on my passenger side. Yeah, 9 days, you gotta have faith in their ability to get you, especially when I'm running way ahead of schedule on my load, and he can, there's always a possibility he can repower, maybe get this up on I-40, which is prime time real estate for JCT trucks. And get something back to California or something, and then that'll get them back to Houston from there. Doing? Bad spot here. Forward left's all I need to clear the. There we go. going? Gets out from under the trailer. And he seems like, you know, he seems like a decent guy. He just, yeah, I don't blame him for being concerned about trying to get home, because it's common for trucking companies to not get drivers home when they need to, when they ask to be there. So, it's by Swift, Dino, Arsas, yes, Ice, the Dino, but, or Dino, whatever, yes, the Dino frame. I was laughing my ass off too hard, Ice. Alright, so. So I'm gonna get underneath his. Then, actually, you know what? I'm gonna. Here, let me back up. Gives him extra room to work with to make his turn. Now I can send my 13 in. Yeah, I can see they can always get him repowered somewhere else to get him home. Or set him up for home. Yuma, Arizona. Yes. 4140, I think it was. Yes, 36. Continuous. I got 4 on fuel. 02. No, I forgot to get load lock. Sorry, ask them about load locks. Get myself a drink real quick and then be back. Okay, let's get hooked up to this trailer and get out of here. I gotta scale it though. He's scaled it over just over 79,000. So turns out he's actually heavier than I am. I scaled at less than just under 76. Probably a little quickie. I know he's already pre-tripped before, so. Yeah, just gotta scale it now and make sure we're good. Yeah, this does feel like a heavy load. It sucks that I don't have a good way to get to the Catskill without going out onto the street. Anyway, I got Quest on there. Oh, you know what? I need to get the license number off this trailer. Dallas, so the guy at the Petro in El Paso, he will repower there. Slow delivers to Dallas on the 6th at 9. This is bullshit. I hate that I have to go out onto the street fighting against traffic, no right of way. There's always somebody coming. Just so I can even have a chance to get to the side of the lot that I need to get to where the frickin' scale is. I don't mind coming here when I have to turn right, when I'm gonna go straight back to the freeway, but I usually hate coming through here if I have to turn left. Now, come on! I had an opening until this friggin' pizza guy decided to come out. Well, there went that chance. There's a frickin' Van Eerden truck coming from the right. Now I don't have an opportunity. I'm gonna just start being an asshole next time anyone, any kind of opening comes up. 'Cause I'm not gonna play these damn games with people. These guys all, come on, damn it. Every one of these guys who comes on the scale goes all the way to the other driveway. You can get to it from here. Get my cat scale lap fired back up. Send the damn message. What do you think I wrote it for, stupid? See, that guy just drove right off, so I can tell he actually used the Yuma truck app. Most likely. Okay. First way 5759. So trailer number 5203 Golf Lima. Ouch. 11,580, 34, 120, and 34. Well, it's legal. I can't put any more fuel in though. 79.7 overall. That's not good. I mean, technically, actually, it's okay with the APU exemption, but fucking you, I'm going anyway. Tired of these fucking bullshit trying to get out of this damn lot. I skilled 700 pounds heavier than that guy did. I don't have time for these damn games. I gotta burn up my clock screwing around in a damn Flying J parking lot. Can't be nice and let me through. They never are. Yeah, in reality, I can slide my fifth wheel to get the weight a little bit more better distributed, but so technically I'm overweight on the drives, but not by a lot. And New Mexico and Texas are the only states where I'm going to see a weigh station. Actually, New Mexico, really, because Texas doesn't even tend to have open weigh stations. New Mexico, I'll hit the scale over there by Lordsburg, whatever. And they have an APU exemption anyway, so it's like 400 to 550 pounds. I can't remember which one they have, but I know New Mexico has an APU exemption. Only California, Rhode Island, DC, and I think a couple other states don't have APU exemptions. Since I have an APU, the 120 pounds won't be a problem, but it does limit how much fuel I can put in my truck too. And actually, I could burn that off. 120 pounds divided by about 7 pounds per gallon, because it's just about 7 pounds per gallon for diesel. That's about 50. Yeah, not even. Run the numbers on that. 120 divided by 7, that's barely like 20 gallons, not even 20 gallons of fuel. So I'm going to burn 20 gallons just even trying to get to I-10, so not really a big deal there to me. Speedway, that's what it shows up even on the Weigh My Truck app, but it's also a Flying J. Important thing is we're good, and I can actually go through Lordsburg and maybe make sure I have less than maybe be lower on my fuel when I get there, and not have any problems regardless going through there. checkpoints, whatever you want to call them, are usually not open anyway. So by the time the other driver gets it, probably won't have anything to worry about regarding. You piece of shit. I hate when people do that. This trailer doglegs a little bit to the right. Across I-8 in Arizona, so it'll be about 2.5 hour drive from here to I-10, and it'll be another 190 to get to the New Mexico border. It'll be about 360 to get to New Mexico, or about 385 to get to Lordsburg. So may do my, I don't know, might do my 30-minute break in Lordsburg, depending on how I'm feeling. Pretty good chance I'll get all of it into Lordsburg before I stop for a break. Even a heavy load like this, I should be able to make it to Lordsburg on what fuel I have. Alright, inspection station, that'd be the Border Patrol checkpoint. trying to get down this hill. Any faster than me. But you guys can go around me. I'm only doing 38. You guys can do 55. What the hell? When I'm going down grades, I usually just let the RPM fluctuate between 1800 and 1900 RPMs. But again, that's with this truck geared the way it is, and it's a 10-speed manual, and also the way it's geared too. So just because I do it with this doesn't mean that every truck can be driven like this. In fact, auto shift trucks, if you pick the right gear, it'll hold you like glue to the gear to the speed that you want to be running at. If you know how to use it right. Explain to me why it's still a 45 zone. Let's not even feel that steep. Dude, squeeze that car out. Jackass. Okay, so this white car here got cut off by the truck. The truck didn't want to slow down enough for me, and he's going too fast. There's a 45 zone all the way up there until you get to the 75 sign here. So why are you coming flying up on me like that? On. You should have known way ahead of time that I was going a lot slower than everybody. That's just bad on that guy. The white car pretty much had to go off into the shoulder and then back off to avoid getting ran over by the truck. Find that one on my dash cam footage. I didn't record it. I just saved right now. I don't know if I'm going to save the same block that it was on or a different block. So at least gives me an idea where to look for it if I decide I want to check it real quick on my 30. trailer I've seen with that design on it. Usually it's Quest trailers you see like that. California. It's a nice area. It's San Diego County. About a half hour or so drive north of San Diego. About signaling early. I thought I did. Yeah, it was simple. There's nobody around in front of me, and there was a truck behind me by about maybe within a couple hundred feet behind me. So all I do is I signal early, but at least a good eighth of a mile. At least a quarter mile before the exit. That way the guy behind me knows that I'm getting ready to get off the freeway, and he knows that more than likely I'm going to slow down before I do it. So that gives him time to look and prepare for a lane change to get out of the way, if need be. If there's any other traffic, he can look for other traffic to get in behind or whatever, or in front of, and plan his move earlier instead of having to slam his brakes down because I wait till the last minute to let them know. Just one of the little trucker etiquette things that you should consider if you're driving off. Actually, even in a car, you should be doing the same thing. Have some etiquette, manners for let people know that you're going to turn. Even though a lot of times people telegraph their moves, and the sooner you give some kind of warning that you're going to do this or that move, the sooner they can be prepared for it and not get in a bad spot, or get inconvenienced and held up needlessly because maybe you're trying to come out of a street or lot that you're going to turn into, and you can't be bothered to hit your turn signal and let them know you're going to turn into there. God, those kind of people really piss me off. Yes, that is exactly what I have. MX-13 is a Packard engine. MX-13 with a 8 and 10 manual. Where it's especially important to let traffic behind you know you're going to be getting off the freeway.
Together under California Highway NBC San Diego 2 hours ago. Go ahead and add this to your list of favorite animal videos. An apparently playful coyote and their supposed badger buddy were captured on camera traveling together underneath the highway in the Bay Area. The video made its way to Twitter Monday evening, quickly garnering hundreds of thousands of likes as well as prompting the creation of hashtags such as #CoyoteBadgerBuddies and #CoyoteBadger2020. Russ McSpadden and Peck Aeronautic. A coyote and a badger use a culvert as a wildlife crossing to pass under a busy California highway together. Coyotes and badgers are known to hunt together. Peninsula Open Space Trust. 541K. 7:11 p.m., February 3, 2020. Twitter ads info and privacy. 132K people are talking about this. Peninsula Open Space Trust post, which protects open space along the peninsula and in the South Bay, said its wildlife cameras spotted the coyote and badger passing through a culvert underneath the highway near Gilroy. Post said the caught-on-camera moment marks the first time this type of behavior has been captured in California's Bay Area. This blew us away, Neil Sharma, Wildlife Linkages Program Manager for Post said. This is the kind of footage folks who study these things, work on these issues, we dream of this kind of an interaction. While the sighting is historic in the Bay Area, it's actually not surprising to see the two species interact in the wild. Studies have shown that a badger and coyote hunting together can be beneficial for both species, as they pursue favorite prey such as ground squirrels, according to Post's website.
I didn't know that. So they have a bit of a symbiotic relationship with each other in a way. I guess you'd call it that. Makes you wonder if counties ever see badgers as potential food. And then maybe they figure out the hard way that badgers are not something you want to mess with. Makes me thinking, do they tag team, where they help each other, like where one of them will flush the prey out and the other one will get the food, and then they'll kind of help each other get their food. And that kind of a matter. And it stinks here. There's a big, huge, I don't know, I'd call it huge, but a decent sized cattle feed farm, feedlot over here to the left of me. About my 8 o'clock position, just west of this Mohawk Canal. Wind's blowing it right in my direction. Hey, good. How you doing? Oh. What happened? Yeah, what the hell? Why don't they? I don't get why the doctor didn't just give you prescriptions for allopurinol and endomethacin like it normally do for gout. Yeah, 'cause I sometimes get like gout flare-ups too. Not too bad, but I know how it feels, and it's like even just putting a blanket over the top of your foot will make it like very painful. Interesting. Who told you all that anyway? Huh. Well, and you were in Oregon when it happened? I don't get that. Why not just have a local come get the trailer from you, and then you can stay wherever you're at until your gout symptoms go away and you're in a better position to drive. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, which would have been for now for me. I'm saying if I were a driver wanting to stay with the company, 'cause it sounds like you were possibly okay with this anyway. I'm not. I don't want to put words in your mouth or judge or anything. I'm just saying if I think there's a possibility that something could cause them to suspend my CDL, no, you're not doing that because then I can't drive it for any company, let alone this company. Yeah, that's what it should have been. I assume that was either Tyler or what's his name, or Josh. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it sounds like because it's a technicality on their end too for legal reasons. If it doesn't say commercial motor vehicle on there, then it could be if they um, then there are other legal problems that can complications I should say that could arise from that. Yeah, yeah, but it's I think it's beyond their control too, because they have to make sure their T's are crossed and I's are dotted on the legal end, and that's why they want you to have the medical thing saying that it's specifically for a commercial motor vehicle, because otherwise it doesn't technically apply to them. Like I say, if you get the medical form, medical thing saying specifically what they're asking for, then they should be able to resolve that. On that, yeah, yeah, you might be able to resolve that first by going above Tyler and Josh's head, and saying, "Hey, this is what's going on. Here's what you guys asked for. Here it is," and they might resolve it. But and that's the problem when you get two people in the heat of the moment. They might say things that might not necessarily mean, and not just you, but they might say something that that they don't necessarily mean, or it's only they're not completely sincere unless unless the situation changes too. Yeah, but you understand they have legal hoops they have to jump through to make sure everything's done correctly, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, in this situation, I can see both of you guys have valid reasons to have concerns too. Because I mean, imagine how many times they've been sued by people and had to deal with technicalities like that. So I totally understand why they're trying to make sure every base is covered, but at the same time, I understand your perspective too. We're at in Oregon. Oh yeah, the one over by where US 97 is, I think, or whatever it is. Yeah, 84 and I think 97, something like that. They actually they yeah. So so here's a question because being someone with hyperuricemia and sometimes gout myself, I can relate. Now, how often do you have gout flare-ups? Yeah, what I'm getting at here though is, you know what causes the gout flare-ups, right? Yeah, but what causes the high uric acid? A high purine diet. Yeah, that's basically dietary habits have just about everything to do with that, and it's always a challenge because you can't. It's never easy to figure out what exactly in your diet is causing it. Exactly. Hmm. Yeah, but now just to help cover your tracks too, even if they do have like put abandonment on you or whatever, and you go try to work for another company or carrier. And then, of course, it doesn't always work like that, where they won't hire you just because you have an abandonment. I've seen plenty of cases online where people talk about that. What happens is they might get a question about it, and then they explain the situation, and you can always tell them, tell whoever it is in your case, hey, I got gout. I had this situation come up, and it was just, just didn't work out really. But then figuring out what's causing your gout flare up so frequent, if there's anything that can be done to decrease those, that'll help you out too. It's not unusual for them to last that long because mine will last several days as well. I don't get them very often, but when they do last happen, I do get them for several days before they completely go away. Yeah, usually the big toes, but yeah, you're right. Any joint in the body is prone to it. Oh, yeah, it sounds like you got to get that document though, and then get back in touch with them because it sounds like you're treating it like it's a done deal when it's not necessarily a done deal. But, well, that's one thing, but for that whole is it an abandonment or not an abandonment? That's not a done deal until you get the documentation that they're asking for. Yeah, but now going back to the gout thing, doesn't matter about the work thing. Get your gout problem fixed if you can. And the one way you can help your doctor with that, for every damn thing that goes in your mouth, write it down. Doesn't matter what it is, because there could be stuff in your diet that you don't even realize are high purine that could be contributing. That's one thing. It's like avocados. I love avocados. I didn't know that those were actually contribute to high uric acid. So I actually have to be careful about my avocado intake. And I think spinach too. I think is even that contributes. Yeah, I get both lettuce and spinach, but yeah, I've researched online, and I seem to remember spinach and avocado both are contributors to high purine. Those are traditional, yeah, but it's not. Those aren't the only things. So, and there are two issues that you have there. One is because when you get so many purines, there's all these different types of substances that have to go through your kidneys, And there's basically, if you have so much of something else, or or what is it, where you get so much of it, it doesn't have a pathway to get out of your body. So what it does is it collects in your joints, and then yeah, well, yeah, it's like having little small razor blades touching your joints, and that's why they call it a form of arthritis, because they basically tear up the cartilage in your joints, and yeah, and it basically wears them down. That's why they call it a form of arthritis. Yeah, and then regardless whether you drive or you do something else for a living, doesn't matter. Do you want to be going through pain like this every 2 weeks? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, like I said, get that document first, so and get it to them, and then worry about that. Because you're like I said, you're treating it like abandonment's a done deal, and it's not. If you don't have the documentation, it's not done. Yeah, but they're okay. But you got to understand that their business isn't about trucks. It's about commercial vehicles. When the doctor just put truck in there, they could be talking about a pickup truck for all they know. And JCT, their specific function is to operate commercial trucks. That's why they nitpicked on that. Only way to one way to find out is ask before they give it to you. Don't. Yeah, I wouldn't think that'd be a narcotic then, but I don't know. I'm not a pharmacist. Funny you mention that though, because I do kind of question that part of the way the company works. Where if you want certain types of drivers, then you should only hire certain types of drivers, and then if certain types of drivers appear to not fit your exact mold, then why stick around? Well, why stick with them? Let them know, hey, I'm not sure it's going to work out. Maybe here we'll hook you up, get you where you need to go to find that maybe you get to a place that works better for you. Because it's not, and I'm not just talking about with your situation. There's a lot of people who I don't think are really the right fit for JCT, and then there are plenty of others who are. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, but then yeah, and then that's an also that's an issue of individuals and not necessarily the company because you might get one individual there and they might be straight shooters and let you know, but then another person might be afraid of conflict or something or afraid to actually do that and won't tell you the truth. Yeah, you're also telling this to a straight shooter. I'm a horrible liar. I'm one of those like if you really want to know the truth, I say the truth, even if it's something you won't want to hear. Hey, I mean, I try to do it respectfully, but it's an art, I guess. And a lot of people don't have that skill. Yeah, that's a good point because that is kind of that actually is an anger management technique that people get taught. Is hey, if you're pushing someone's limit, you need to stop and let them cool down, and then try to reapproach it later. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Alrighty, Carl, if you're still on here, I am on Interstate 8 in Arizona. I know you asked earlier if I was in Arizona or New Mexico. I was on my way to Batavia, Illinois, or Batavia, however you want to pronounce it. I don't care. I pronounce Batavia, though. However, when I was actually doing my pre-trip right there at the shipper, I got asked about swapping loads at the Flying J 5 miles away that I was going to stop at anyway to scale my load. And I ended up swapping loads there. This load that I'm under now is going to Dallas. It's due there, let's see, I think between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. tomorrow. It's a drop hook. I will not make it there, but maybe another driver. Actually, they have another driver in El Paso right now doing his 10-hour break. So as soon as I get there, he'll be able to move this load for me, and I'll take his load. It's also going to Dallas, but it's not due until the following morning at night. So he put some hours to get to it though, but some miles I think, because I don't know. I think it's going to be over 600 miles to get from El Paso to the receiver and down or wherever. I don't know where his load's going when I get there, but I'll find out. So that's what's going on. And I'm under a really heavy load. I scaled at 79.7. it was a little bit less than 76,000. Hello. Good question. I would say for how long though? Because that's there should be something on there saying for how long that you they say you shouldn't. There, I'm I'm just playing devil's advocate here because having been in the military and having to deal with medical profiles in the military, I wouldn't be together as a as a team here and whatever figure out what something that actually might help you out more too. Yeah, because now the reason I say that too is because what you have there doesn't give a time frame, so it means it could be treated as indefinite. And then if let's just say you go try to drive for another carrier somewhere, then hey, they said I can't drive for an indefinite time, so now they might not touch you because of that. Yeah, you'd have to get something to supersede the one that you just got. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, especially it sucks when you have to be messenger. I had to do that so many times when I was in the Air Force, going through like my cancer stuff or whatever, and having doctors nitpick over stupid technicalities. That come on, dude, you told me what you needed from my primary, and then find out that what I wrote and what I had them write was then him and haw about whatever they wrote the next time. Like, I'm not gonna keep playing these damn games. You tell me exactly what you want, and I'll get it. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but it definitely is more worth your while to get it they're there anyway and don't have to go through another inconvenience if it does come down to it. Because it's also it looks beyond JCT. It looks to wherever you might end up going after this. Yeah, but then the concern there is can that whatever wording negate your DOT clearance itself? That's good. Exactly. Not to mention you have your DOT clearance, and the DMV also has that. So, do you think? Because there's a possibility that stuff could get back to the DMV and decertify you. Yeah, but they don't know about you getting prescribed Vicodin or whatever for narcotics for it. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. On another note, these stupid ass four wheelers don't get it. Okay, so the truck in front of me and I both moved over for a truck that was on the right shoulder. And this dipshit. Yeah, yeah, no, it's the same thing. Yeah, so I, are you still dealing with the nurse or whoever it is over there? Okay, why don't you go ahead and handle your business then, and talk later. Because I'm one of those. Like when I'm in there dealing with people, I don't do phone calls, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I'm just saying that it's kind of a courtesy to the people on there not to be on the phone talking to other people at the same time you're dealing with business. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, man. Good luck. All right. Bye. All right. So. I understand this guy's frustration, but at the same time, the conversation is kind of dragging along, just hearing the same damn thing spun several times. So, and it tends to get annoying when I hear the same thing numerous times. But tell me what's going on. That's cool. If you want to vent, tell me what's happening. That's cool. I'm like, I give you some perspective or just listen, whatever. But please do not repeat. Hey, yeah, this and then 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 this. So I'm honestly, it's another driver who has a lot of gout flare-ups. Don't need to name the name or anything like that, but they're having, of course, they're having constant problems every 2 or 3 weeks, it sounds like, and the flare-ups last for several days, it sounds like, so I guess makes driving difficult. And for some reason, when he went to get it checked out, they decided to prescribe him Vicodin instead of indomethacin, which is what is more commonly prescribed for active gout symptoms. I don't get what's going on there, but in fact, with Vicodin being a narcotic, I would have been telling the doctor, hey, no, I can't take this. I'm a commercial vehicle operator, and I can't take narcotics because of my career. It's like you're gonna prevent me from making money because I can't drive my truck. If you put me on this stuff, you need to give me something that I can actually use. I'm just about into Gila Bend, Arizona now, by the way. And about an hour out from I-10. And when it comes to phone calls, I'm kind of a traditionalist in a way where if you have, either talk to me or talk to someone else. Don't talk to both of us. I'm not going to have these juggling conversation shit going on. It's not exactly polite to me when I'm sitting here having a conversation with you and all of a sudden you're talking to somebody else. Or when you're talking to somebody else and I'm talking to you and don't know that you're talking to somebody else or whatever else, or you're about to talk to someone else. It's better just deal with your business. You don't have to multitask conversations like that. Man, just my perspective. I don't necessarily think it. I'm gonna knock on other people for having different mannerisms, I guess, or practices as far as that's concerned. It's not me. I don't want to be part of juggled conversations. Just, whether it's me on the phone or someone else on the phone. I don't need to be talking on the phone to somebody who's got stuff going on. Hey, when we get time, we can talk. Coming up on State Route 85, also known as the Phoenix Bypass if you're coming from Casa Grande and heading west. Just about 5 hours left on my clock, so should be able to get at least another 300 miles out of this, so 70, 260. Yeah, it should be be right around 300 to get from here to El Paso, depending on where that other driver is in El Paso. I got to figure that out. So I'll probably have to stop somewhere along the way. Well, no, I'll have to stop anyway, probably for a little bit of fuel. I'll probably tentatively stop in Lawrenceburg at the Pilot or Flying J there and get my fuel there, and then press on and just when I'm getting my fuel, I can find out on the Qualcomm what truck stop they want me to meet them at, and then get over there. Hey, Yolanda. Hey, Marty, that's a good point. I remember actually I took the 202 bypass last time. I tried to take it two times ago when I was there, but when I got my fuel at the Flying J, there was no way for me to get on the 202 from the 10 where the Flying J is. You have to actually get off the freeway, or there's a kind of like just the way the interchange works. You have to already be on 10 by the time you get to the Flying J in order to get on the 202. The other time I went through there, I ended up coming, I was westbound and decided, I'm going to go ahead and try this route. Not bad overall. I can't remember, I want to say it was like 65 through there or something like that, and all the way across. And it's similar miles around from one side to the other, so yeah, it's definitely a nice alternative to going right through downtown, especially in heavier traffic situation. Yes, that would be the one. Yeah, the one that's 67th. For those of you guys who don't know, who aren't familiar with the area, might know exit numbers and not street names. That'd be exit 137. I usually stop at the Pilot on 99th, which is exit 133, but I stupidly that time around, because I made the dumb mistake of forgetting the Pilot's off 133 and not 135, and 135 is where the Loves is at. And I got 135 stuck in my head for some dumbass reason, even though I knew that 99th Avenue is... Hello. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello? Yeah, I think that works. At least, I mean, at least covers you until you get to your primary. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would think so. I would, I would think that that might work. Uh, man, just sleep on it. Don't don't fret over it. Just sleep on it when you're able to get that documentation to them. And see what happens there. Don't what if it. Don't what if it to death and stress yourself out over it. Oh. But or back to Tyler and them, whatever, and let them know, hey, I got the documentation you asked for, and or fax it to them, whatever, or get it to Oklahoma and then get it dealt with. You're it for you. It's, I mean, it might be fine, and situation between you and JCT might not be a right, just quite the right. Yeah. Hey, let's talk later because you're. Yeah, conversation kept cutting in and out, so you guys are probably also going to experience buffering as a result. That's where I'm at. Let me know if you guys can hear me, because I do see frame loss notification on the screen, which usually is consistent with you guys getting buffering. You could or cannot hear me perfectly, Jamie. It'll probably, I'll have to wait for once I get past these hills and closer to Casa Grande, and then when it goes away, I'll go ahead and talk more, okay? About 45 miles out from I-10 now. are lollygagging again, or it's a different truck. And I just got by the way, when I was on the phone with him still, I noticed I got a notification of a new subscriber. Guessing that puts me at 892 now, I guess. Okay, so the other driver was having an issue, obviously with his gout. And they ended up telling him, I don't know, kind of sounded like it was suggested that he go to the ER, get a note from a doctor or whatever saying that he can't operate a commercial vehicle because of his condition. And I guess there was some kind of conversation about him quitting. I'm a little confused on what preceded what. But there was some kind of discussion about quitting or whatever, and or leaving, and there might have been some kind of suggestion that he just go ahead and leave the truck there at the truck stop that he's at, turn the Rubalco and the key into the front of the fuel desk, and he said if you got a if you got a letter from a doctor or PA, whatever, saying that he's unable to operate a commercial vehicle because of his condition, and they would put it in his record as basically a medical disqualification or medical termination, and not an abandonment. But I guess when he went to the ER, they put on there as you cannot operate a truck. And because truck is too broad in nature, it could just be a private pickup truck or something, or anything. It's too broad in nature, I guess, to cover JCT insurance or the insurance that JCT goes through. So, guessing that's why there was a bit of an issue with the wording on it. They wanted it worded where it says commercial vehicle and not truck. So, one thing led to another, and unfortunately, it sounds like it's not working out for the guy. It happens. It doesn't mean that JCT is a bad company. Obviously, they're not a bad company. I've been here for almost 2 years now, and I love it. Yeah, I get plenty of other JCT drivers you'll talk to that actually will tell you that they love it here. Is it perfect? No, but there are plenty of drivers out here who will be quite happy driving for this company and in a very good place. And the others, like we and I talked about, it's just sometimes drivers and carriers are just not the right fit for each other. That's pure, plain and simple. Take a good example of that. My experience with CR England. Now, most people can't stand CR England. I didn't have any real problem with them. The only thing that did my time with them in was that stupid collision avoidance system and the auto shift trucks. They were gonna take the manual mode away from the trucks, which I was never a fan of the auto shift as it was, and then they were talking about taking the manual mode out of the trucks. Most of them, they actually did take the manual mode away from them, so that they could only run it in auto econ mode. So they can basically, it's kind of like setting up the BIOS on a computer. If you have any kind of computer experience, when the computer fires up, there's a BIOS chip, and there's certain programming. There's a cop right there. Certain settings in there that you can tweak to however you need it. And this part of the thing with all these automatic trucks is that you can tweak some of their settings like that. Tweak the governor speed, tweak what mode you can run them in, and all that kind of stuff. They never did me wrong. on the OTR side, okay, 62 miles an hour sucks, but hey, I was getting paid pretty good as a trainer. I mean, on a typical week, I was making between, I'd say 1,500 and 1,800 a week as a trainer. And this is only one trainee at a time on my truck, too. And then every, the second or so week of every month, second or third, I forget, one specific week out of every month, you have what's called a trainer network bonus. So basically, everybody who's upgraded, who graduated, basically upgraded off of your truck and is still driving for CR England, every mile that they drive for the company during that month, you get a penny per mile. So if they have a 10,000 mile week, 10,000 mile month, which is a pretty good productive month. Then it's $100 you get for when it comes to trainer, when it comes time to get your network bonus. So if you have like six trainees who've upgraded and are still with the company, and they're basically as long as they're still in their first year with the company, and they're still with the company, then and if you were the trainer who upgraded them, then you get whatever the miles are, or you get a penny per mile for everything they do. So it wasn't uncommon where on top of my normal like 1,500 to 1,800 a month, a week that I would get, add in the $600-700 of network bonus pay, and it's easily over $2,000 paycheck. Sometimes even closer to like $2,500. If you can get more drivers to actually stay with the company longer, or if you're a trainer who does 2 trainees at a time, then you can actually have even bigger bonuses. So, it's training. Training's not ideal fit for everybody. But hey, you want to make money? That's one way to do it. And then also, like I said, I was in the Walmart dedicated fleet. I enjoyed that fleet. It was actually less stressful. I got paid almost as much. I wouldn't say as much, but I got paid almost as much. And it was a lot easier to do. Now there are some drawbacks where I didn't want to move over in front of FedEx that quickly, but when I got a 4-wheeler and a couple other trucks coming up on me, and sorry FedEx, I need to expedite. Still moved over with at least some somewhat reasonable space. Normally I would have waited until I was further ahead of FedEx to move back over, but I don't like moving over that close to me. Yeah, I could tell there was at least maybe a good truck length between us, but I don't like to move over that quickly in front of people, especially when their speed is only a few miles an hour less than mine. FedEx usually runs at 67, unless they're owner ops and they're maybe sometimes they run ungoverned, and so sometimes they actually outrun me. But most of them actually run 67 mile an hour trucks. Anyway, let's say a lot of people are going to talk trash about England. I never had a problem with them. Was training it was not exactly, on the OTR side, it was definitely not a stress-free environment, but the amount of money that I made from it wasn't bad at all, and there were times I had really good trainees who made my job really easy and made me feel a lot more comfortable. And then there are others who just couldn't be trusted, because they just weren't safe and really shouldn't have been in the truck. And there's at least one who was just a complete piece of shit. I couldn't stand the guy. He and I both wanted to fight each other a couple times, and it's a miracle we didn't actually fight each other. It took a lot of restraint on my end to not just beat the living crap out of him. But we won't go there. Anyway, like I said, the Walmart fleet was good. I was home all the time because going to, and then head straight back to Colton. And me living in Victorville, I could go right through the house on both legs. And the loads were always, almost always ready quite a few hours before the drop dead time. So a lot of times I could pick up the load early, stop at the house, grab a bite to eat, get some rest, whatever, and then get up to like Mesquite or Valley of Fire, maybe St. George, and then leave the rest of the miles for the trainee to run. And also be in a position where you have plenty of time where I can get them a lot of backing practices along the way too. And it was also kind of fun seeing actually people develop their skills too, or whether habits or regular basic truck driving, or even just navigating or whatever, or particularly the backing. If someone goes from not being able to back for shit, and then they just pick up piece by piece the tips that you give them with backing, and they eventually get better and better. It was always cool to see. But in hindsight, they weren't the right fit for me. I can't say anything bad about the company. They did me good. Yeah, like I say, the CDL school was really fast-paced, but I paid really close attention. So, can I really say bad things about the CDL school? No. It did what it's supposed to do. Give you the information you need as quickly as possible, and to get and they have to test you in accordance with DMV standards. And all their school is about is trying to teach you so you can pass the DMV test. They're not focused on teaching you how to be a truck driver. They're teaching you how to get your CDL, which they don't dictate. But then I had a great trainer, great DM over there. I learned a lot from both of them. The DM that I had was a former driver himself. Yeah, actually a very experienced former driver himself, and was an excellent DM. He actually became the trainer for DMs over there. Later on, like about a year or so ago, I hear. So I was really happy to hear that, because he was a really, really, really knowledgeable and good guy. And he held me accountable too on stuff, but like I said, I learned a lot. I had really good influences over there, so how can I sit there and talk trash about them? And they did have their problems. So definitely some very frustrating situations there, like with empty trailers when you're on the OTR side, because they do so many dropping hooks on both ends. I mean, they do a number of live loads too, but they do drop hooks on, especially for XPO. They do a lot of LTL loads, and they're always dropping hook. But there are so many times where XPO or whoever takes their sweet ass time unloading the trailers that when you go deliver a load, there's no empty for you. And then you have to either sit and wait for them to unload a trailer so you can take it, or you have to go on a hunt for some trailer somewhere else. And in their system there, they don't have a good process to where they can tell you, okay, you're going to go to this exact location and get this exact trailer. They'll just tell you half the time that, yeah, here are these different customers you can try out, and then you're expected to bobtail on your own. Yeah, and not to mention you're burning on duty time doing this, trying to going on a wild goose chase for empty trailers. That's one thing I don't miss about that place. Well, like I said, every company has their problems. JCT's not perfect either, but they're a much better fit for my personal needs than Sierra England was. And like I say, I'm not going to badmouth Sierra England. They were, like I say, they did me a lot of good. If you do what you're supposed to do, ask a lot of questions too. You can learn a lot. And be open-minded and willing to do stuff, then that could be a good fit. I know a lot of other people here are gonna, maybe you might have driving experience are going to disagree with me on that. I understand that. We have our own personal experiences. We have our own personal needs. So if you have something bad to say about England, it might be because, hey, you and them were just not a good fit for each other. Like I say, you're entitled to your opinion. For me, I'm just saying they did me a lot of good, and then, ultimately, in hindsight, now having been with JCT for almost 2 years, it became abundantly clear to me that they weren't the right fit for me either. Even though I had quite a good positives that I took away from there. You're gonna pass the CDL test what's going on there, Jamie? Oh, this is the same guy because he's speeding up again. So I'm catching up on this guy. Now I'm right on his ass, and now guess what? Once again, now I'm doing 70, and his speed keeps changing. So I'm going to drop it down to 68 because I'm not going to sit there and play drag racing wars with him. Damn it! Now he's seeming like he's slowing back down again. So that's why I can't stand dealing with these kind of idiots. Jamie, let me know what kind of problems are you having with passing the test. Maybe I can help with that. Are you having trouble with the written part? And as far as answering questions about when I'm going anywhere, there's no way I can answer that question. But another story. Oh, probably next week or the following week, pretty highly likely, because we do so much freight into and out of California that it's a lot more predictable that I'll be there within the next 2 or 3 weeks, if not next week. Anywhere else though? Okay, Washington. I was going to Washington a pretty fair amount last winter. Ask me how long it's been since I've been there though. Because they tend to like sending me out that way, and I haven't been there since the end of March now. And I think the last time I was in Florida was in November. I want to say November. It's either October or November. So I'm not in Florida that often. I have been there a number of times. It's just you're going to see our team trucks over there a lot more than you'll see solo trucks, because what happens, a lot of them will run produce loads over from Colton, California, over to different Walmart DCs over there in Florida, because they need it over there fast. The longer the produce sits in the trailer, the more time it has to rot. So they want it there fast. There are a number of solo loads that go out that way too, though. But then also got to consider we also have a number of drivers from that area. So what happens is you get drivers from that area wanting to get home to that area, and a lot of times they tend to get more preference on those loads. So that's why someone like myself is not going to end up over there so often, because obviously unless they I have to be in a spot where there is a load going to Florida, for one, and two, there has to be a load going there that doesn't conflict with somebody else getting home time, or somebody doesn't get to first or something. So we have I think 10 planning zones. Yeah, you can actually go on the JCT webpage, johnchrister.com. What is it? It's not logistics. I think it's customer service. Yeah, customer service. The customer service part of their webpage, and then on there they have a contact section, and they'll show you what the planning sections are. Like there are 10 zones. So, so they'll have like one or two, like a couple of planners who handle each particular zone. They'll have like a primary, and then they might have a secondary, or even more. Like it's like here in California, we have so many loads in and out of that area that it takes a lot more work. So they need more manpower for the California loads. So like we'll have like Tim and Tom are our primaries there during the week, and there I think it was Teresa. I think also helps over there, and Rich works weekends. He handles California weekend loads. Rich used to be one of our DMs. Now he's a planner though. But they have a lot going on there. And then they'll have another planner for like say Arizona, New Mexico, whatever. And then another planner for Texas. Another planner for like parts of Oklahoma and Kansas and stuff like that. So you end up in a certain area, a certain planner will end up being the one who reloads you. Pass the test at the DMV office or the Secretary of State. And Michigan did that. I couldn't even come. Okay, so did you get your CLP? Because there are like three written tests you have to take to get your CLP. For those of you guys who don't drive for a living, CLP is the Commercial Learner's Permit. That's what you need to have in order to get your CDL. You have to have a CLP, and you have to have it for, I think, at least 14 days. At least this was the case in California. You have to have it for at least 14 days before you can, before they'll allow you to test for the CDL. And on top of that, you might want to check your state too, because every state is different. There are a lot of the states are increasingly going toward rules now where they require you to get your CDL through an actual school. Whether it's going through like a college class of some sort, like like technical college class, whatever, or actually going through an actual let's say like a carrier, like let's just say CR England or Prime or Swift or whoever. A mega carrier that actually has a training program. That's another way, or where you actually have to pay for a dedicated CDL school. So when I got mine, it wasn't a requirement in California where you can actually just take the 3 written tests, and you pay $70, take the 3 tests. If you passed them, then you can just practice whatever, and then when it came time to get your license. Who's that? Jimmy? Oh yeah, okay, Jimmy is you, right, Jamie? If I remember right. Hang on. Because I saw you call. You sent me your number. I'm gonna give you a call. I assume that was you. Hey, how's it going, Jimmy? Good. All right. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. It's a little too noisy for you. Okay. Yeah, actually, since you mentioned that, there are some things where like maybe if we talk sometime and let me know what kind of stuff, what kind of like if you're reading the book, there's perhaps questions and answers or things on there that maybe it might I can help better clarify to help make sure they stick better. Oh shit, I'm putting it out on the world for the whole world to see now, man. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. With cause now it sounds like it's the written test for the CLP is where you're having the issue, correct? Okay. Yeah. Now I do remember that when I even took it, there was stuff I had to. It made sense to me because of certain things, but then it's so where it was easy to figure out the answer to just because I knew these certain other little things about it that they don't necessarily mention if you're just studying. So that's why I'm thinking maybe if there's something where hey I keep having trouble with this or that, remembering this. Maybe I can help with that and give kind of an explanation on why it's the correct answer or something. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, you got it. Yep. Yeah. And there you actually have two problems when it comes to picking a carrier to go with. One, you have are they any good or are they no good? Like I was talking about on the stream there, you can talk to about 90% of Sierra England drivers or former Sierra England drivers, and all tell you that they had a shitty training experience. But but then you can talk to like a 10%er like myself who actually paid close attention in school, actually had a really good trainer. Because the stereotypical trainer in at Sierra England only has about 6 to 12 months of experience. Maybe has a year or more, but a lot of them actually have 6 to 12 months. And driving is a stressful job. And there's experience, so they know what it's like to drive in winter conditions. Okay, okay, that's ideal. But let's be real here. How many people do you know with 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, even 30 years of experience? You really want to be trainers. Not not too many, right? It's I mean a lot of them don't have the patience to deal with trying to teach people, and not to mention they'd rather be driving themselves because that's part of why you're in the career field is you enjoy actually being behind the wheel and seeing scenery and all that stuff. Um, and yeah, not to mention a lot of drivers just they have trust issues, don't want have a hard time trusting being on the riding in a truck with someone else behind the wheel, and you don't know what if they're going to be capable of being safe like you know that you think you can. So that's an unfortunate reality that people don't think about. Yeah, it's like, don't you think that these companies would be having nothing but 5 and 10 and 20 or whatever year experienced drivers as their trainers? If they had actually drivers with that kind of experience who were willing to do it, they would be doing that. Somebody to do it, and and I also think back to my military training as well as going. Yeah, I did private pilot training before too. Okay, so military training, you get OJT. You go through tech school, learn your career field, learn everything about the aircraft, and and I was an aircraft mechanic. So I learned all this stuff about basic aircraft maintenance kind of stuff, and then also learned about the specific airplane that I was going to be working on, learn its systems. And then you get to your actual duty station, and now it's OJT, where you got to be taught how to do your job practically. And who do you think's teaching you how to do your job? It's not always the experienced E5 or E6. It's now my yeah, a lot of times it is an E5, like the guy I was under, but a lot of times it could just be I'm working with someone who's an E2, E3, E4, whatever, someone who's already qualified to do the work, and it doesn't require a supervisor type to be involved with. They might be teaching you, and where are they learning? Because they learn from other people. So, and yeah, so it's really no different being in the military. It's like you're getting a lot of the training you get is going to come from people who don't have much more experience than you do, and you're going to learn this or that thing from this person. You're going to learn this or that thing from that person. You're going to find that people have even contrasting views on the same thing. So you mentioned Scotty years ago. He's a really good guy. He knows a lot. You can learn a lot from him, and that's one of the things I like about him. He's actually he likes trying to help people with learn a lot of his experience stuff. Now, yep. Oh yeah, that's way up there in the Panhandle. Damn, that's a hike, isn't it? That's cool. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. I thought about becoming an Uber driver myself before I got my CDL, and then I didn't think it paid well enough. It would have been enjoyable because I like driving, and that's why I got into truck driving because I like driving. Huh? Yeah, I don't want to mess with drunks. That's why when I use Uber sometimes, and like when I need to get from my truck back to the house or vice versa or whatever at times, or maybe I'm somewhere else, and I talk to them a lot. I tell them that was one of my chief concerns was if I were to do that, am I going to have to deal with that kind of crap? And then find out they just say don't don't drive in the middle of the night when people are going to or from bars, and you won't have so many problems. They say usually the people they run into during like when they drive during the daytime, it's all just people trying to get to or from work or to or from their college classes or just for the medical or whatever kind of appointments or anything along that line. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But no, yeah, and I understand why they do that too because they become legally liable if you have any kind of an accident after so many hours of working, and they're like, well, why did you allow the driver to do that? And then they can get sued and become liable for a lot of money for that. So that yeah, or maybe even go to a different DMV or something because that could be maybe it's the particular DMV you're going to. It's just not the right environment where that's helping you out there. Okay. So okay, so something to consider here because you're in Florida, you said, right? Okay. Now, I have experience with having a trainee who was from Florida, and they're a little bit different than what a lot of the states are like. Now, when you go to like a mega carrier, for example, like let's just say Sierra England, you have to go to one of their actual CDL schools, and well, you don't necessarily have to get your CDL from them, but you can always. I mean, but if you want to do like the hey, get your free CDL training, and or if you want to call it free, and get your CDL through them and have to go under a contract or something, then and this applies to all companies, not just Sierra England. There any company where they have their own CDL training program and a contract that goes with it. Um, okay, so let's say you were to want to do it with Sierra England though, because I'm only using these guys as an example because I know them. You have to go to their CDLs. Let's just say you go through their CDL schools, which are only in certain areas. The closest one to Florida would be Conley, Georgia, and then that's a smaller one. So a lot of times they end up shipping people out to like Salt Lake City or Burns Harbor, Indiana, or somewhere. Okay, now yeah. Now, add in another complication here. Because you're from Florida, now if you get your CDL from a school that is outside your home state, what happens is after you pass the test, you have to get routed. Yeah, after you get hired on and you're at your on your trainer's truck, you have to you get routed to your home state to basically to give the DMV that in your home state your paperwork that they need to formally give you your CDL. Because at that point in time, until that point in time, you're actually driving on a CLP. And now I'm sure you've heard about waivers, like CLP waivers. Okay, a lot of people who are in the industry are I don't they don't understand these. They just think that these mega carriers are making puppy mills out of this kind of stuff, and that they're letting people who don't even have CDLs drive their trucks. No, it's not how it works. These people who are driving their trucks actually pass their CDL test. The problem is they pass the test in a state other than their home state, and they use the waiver to allow them to make money and get OJT while they try to get them routed to their home state so they can finish getting their CDL done. Because until they actually get home and give the DMV the actual paperwork, they don't have a CDL. Okay, and now most states, when you let's just say you pass the CDL test, let's just say you do it in another in a state outside your home state. Okay, you can live in Alabama, you can live in California, you can live in let's see, Illinois, or no, Indiana. Now I have experience with trainees from all these different states and or from several different states, and most of the cases you can take them to any DMV in the entire state. Does not matter where you go. Hey, can I park my truck in front of your DMV or nearby or oh yeah, yeah, you guys go ahead and you can, or I just find something that's that's truck friendly, or where I can try, park just temporarily so they can get their thing done and knocked out, and then get back on the truck and off we go. Okay, Florida, a little different there. Because you guys, I guess, don't have actual DMVs. You have the county tax collectors instead, right? Now okay, because all right, now this is what kind of this is why it's important also to consider all this stuff. Just because one company might be a good training company for one person doesn't mean it'll be a good company for you, and then vice versa. One company that might be a horrible training company for one person might be a great fit for you. So you got to do a lot of research on it and figure out what really is the best fit for you, not just because someone, oh yeah, they did this or that, whatever, they're great, or these people suck. 90% of what you're going to hear out there is people saying people suck that don't necessarily suck. It's just, but again, it's, I'm not saying, I'm not going to discount some of their words, because there are a lot of people who legitimately have bad experiences because of poor trainers or stuff like that. Um, but okay, so Florida, because you guys have those county tax collectors instead of DMV offices, when you go to get your CDL, now I had a trainee who was from Jacksonville. I was OTR. Okay, the trainee, now Sierra England does not do much in Florida. If you see their trucks, they're probably doing target loads or some other dedicated. You'll see their pods drivers down that way too, or you'll see some of their OTR trucks, but they're more often than not, they might be dedicated account drivers of some sort, or they just don't do much out in Florida. So it's hard to get loads into Florida. They do exist, they're just not many. That's kind of like me going to Illinois. They're just not a dime a dozen route here for JCT. And so one company might not do enough in your area to get you home and it needs to be a receiver in your area, not a shipper. Just because you see a lot of a company's trucks in your area doesn't mean that they're a good fit, that they might be a good fit for you. Yeah, and just because they might pick up a lot of loads in your area doesn't mean they're going to be a good fit for you, because you got to think about, you got to get a load that'll deliver and get you emptied, and then what's it going to take for them to get you home from wherever that receiver is. So a company that's going to have a lot of deliveries and not not distant proximity to you, yeah, where they do a lot of loads into your area. That's exactly what you're looking for if you want to get any chance of home time on a consistent basis. And that applies whether or not you're going through training experience. Now, add in getting your CDL. If you get your CDL at a school outside Florida, what's going to happen is not only do you have to get a load into Florida, it has to go through, or actually into, like I say, with that trainee I had to specifically get him into the Jacksonville area. I could not just go to any particular quote unquote DMV, because Florida and their stupid DMV setup there. So I think I saw something down here. Maybe I thought he was moving over for the. I saw right shoulder traffic earlier. I thought, let me see. I thought I was close. Yeah, I do see right shoulder traffic up here. Okay. First, I saw the guy move over, but then I looked further up. It looked like he was just moving over to pass somebody. I'm like, I know I saw a freaking like a cop up here on that right shoulder further up. Yeah. It, yeah. That actually is a speedway technically, but it's also Flying J. Yeah. Yep. Same here. Um. uh, Yeah. Now it's. I would ask around to the different. Find out from the different carriers out there. I know a lot of people talk highly about Prime's training program. And a friend of mine used to be a trainer at night, and he seems to like their program the way it works. So, man, it's worth considering. Is that a? I'm not sure. Is that a question or? It was like a very small statement. I wasn't quite sure what you were actually asking there. No, when I was trying to get my CDL, it was very simple because the Cedar England. Now I live in Victorville, California, and Cedar England has the CDL school in Fontana, which is only 40 miles away from my house. Actually, it's barely maybe a mile or two away from where the dealer was at that I took my truck to. Yeah, if you go, yeah, okay, the dealer where my truck was at it's right off of Slover Avenue, which is right on the south side of I-10. Between the exit that it's right next to and the next exit east of there, about halfway between those two exits is actually where the school was that I went to. And so so yeah, every day I would just drive myself to and from my classes every day. And so I'd go show up at 6 in the morning, whatever, and then 3 p.m. comes up, I just drive back home. And then when time for the next class, I just drive back down every day until I'm done with the schooling. A lot of people don't have the luxury because they either don't have one that closely available to them, or they just don't know this kind of stuff before they get into this and don't realize that there might be other options that are possibly a better fit for them. So yeah, now okay, so someone that has a CDL school in Florida would be great because that way you don't have to go through all the CLP waiver stuff in order to and jumping through hoops and hoping that the carrier you go with even has much freight going into Florida and into your part of Florida where you can even have a chance at doing that. But yeah, and not to mention once you do have your license, it's hey, how often are you going to want to get home to your part of Florida? Are you going to have an easy time or a difficult time getting there? So these are things that I definitely want to research. Hmm. Oh, Frozen Foods Express. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but there will be times where you might want time off or just just to take a break from the road or maybe a medical appointment or dental or something along that line. And those are things to consider. Where are you likely to want to take your time off most? So, so what part of Florida are you in again? That sounds really familiar. Where's that at? Going east on four then? Sounds familiar. I know where Polk City is, and oh, you mean Auburndale? Yeah, Auburndale, south of Polk City, where we have that Coca-Cola plant we do pickups from over there. Yeah. Okay, I know about more or less than where you're at. There's like, 'cause I think I remember us talking about that before, and I think I remember looking it up. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then that's a really good spot for. And no wonder you'd be interested in JCT because we have a drop yard right there on the US 27 in Davenport, and yeah, and we do have a decent amount of freight that we do into the area. I mean, it's not like California heavy, but it's we do a lot more in Florida than say here England does. It seems. That's a good spot for us too. No problem. You don't. No. Okay. Yeah, yeah, just know that I'm the only one who can hear this side of the conversation, or everyone watching can only hear me. Uh, for barium sulfide, yeah, it's for like a CT or MRI or something. That was Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh. Yep. I don't blame you. Oh, I can help with that because that's what I use. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Although that, if you're kind of moving around, and I don't think that. I mean, if it's like hanging around every single day being a nuisance, then I can see where they make an issue about that. But uh, yeah, I mean, you're talking about up there by like Fort Pierce or whatever it's called. Oh, okay, yeah, I know there's a couple of them. Well, there's one off of I think down off 27, way down there on like the kind of like southwest end of Miami area. Yeah, I can help you with that. Uh, oh, yeah, I'll check it out. I've not seen it yet. Yeah. Hmm. Yes. I am in Oral Valley, or coming up on Oral Valley, basically in Marana, Arizona. Yeah, just northwest of Tucson. So, yeah, with your reading material stuff there, let me know which ones you're having any kind of issues with, and I'll see if we can get some better understanding on why certain answers are right or wrong. Yeah. Oh, that won't be necessary. You'll scratch mine by helping somebody else out, using what you gain and helping somebody else. Oh, obviously, yeah, we all would. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Well, sounds like it sounds like it's more an issue that doctors don't have the confidence that they can do it without causing more problems. Uh, doctors come with different experience levels, and they come with different areas of expertise too. It's just like, I mean, that'd be like saying, well, if I can't handle doing a flatbed load, then why am I a truck driver? Well, the flatbed's not my area of expertise. I don't know shit about flatbed freight. Yeah, but it's well, I'm only using that as a similarity where because the medical career field is very broad, and just because one person, a number of people can't do a certain thing, then it must be a difficult thing, or you might need somebody who has more specialized experience in that kind of a thing to do it more effectively. Hmm. Yeah, but that's part of the thing, though, is sometimes things happen like that where just you got to be flexible, and sometimes plans change. The- the- yeah, that's fine. But and it's kind of like you're saying, whether I'm live or not, I do tend to be a guy who like phone conversations I don't tend to like to be too excessively long. Like if don't want either side to monopolize for too long or for it to drag on too long. It's like, hey, let's talk about this or that and actually have it constructive, and then let's be done. And I'm not saying that that's what's going on here. I'm just saying those are my tendencies with. I don't have the attention span to want to stay on the phone for too long anyway. I can't give you an opinion on them. I don't know anything about them. I know they don't have a good safety record, but that's all I can tell you about them. I don't know anything about where their CDL schools are at, what kind of contract they have. Uh, I don't know anything about their program, so I'm not even going to attempt to touch that one. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was in your shoes, though, is research CDLs or the companies that have actual CDL schools in Florida, and not that won't necessarily send you to some other state, because it's going to complicate the situation if they don't have a school right there in Florida for you. Yeah, it's been worth looking into. I say Prime, I know gets talked positively about a lot, but I don't. Even with them, I don't have a clue what their process is like. I just hear people rave about them, or well, say that if you're gonna go to Mega for CDL, then that's where they usually say is ideal. But again, I don't know where their CDL schools are all at. I know they have one in Springfield, Missouri, where their headquarters is, but outside of that, I couldn't tell you anything else about them. So yeah, gotta do your due diligence and research what's good for you, because what I hear from others or what might work for me might not work for you. Yeah. Now, who gave you that name? Now now you can't give yourself CB handles, right? It's just like when you're let's just say a pilot in the Air Force or Navy or whatever. You don't give yourself a call sign. Other people give it to you, and it's usually always for something not so good. Yeah, I always I get asked that sometimes, like, what's your handle? Like, apparently it's just driver, because that's what people call me when hey, driver with or something, or JCT or whatever. It's like I'm not gonna make some name up for myself because I know how it works. or just have a sense of humor, and they could be having, yeah, and it depends on what the person's point of their laughing is. If they're just wanting to have some fun with you, then and they like you, then it's something else. If they're condescending about it, then obviously, yeah, I wouldn't want to be around that either. All right. Okay. All right, you too. Sounds like a plan. Talk to you later. All right, bye. I'm just getting into Tucson now. Actually, almost by downtown Tucson. I'm gonna go ahead and stop at the pilot here in town to get fuel because my gauge is starting to read a little bit below a quarter of a tank. And the next pilot or flying jet I'm gonna run into after Tucson won't be until I get to Lordsburg, and I'm still 140 miles, actually 160 or so away from Lordsburg, so I'd feel more comfortable stopping for fuel here, especially as heavy as it is. I'm gonna burn more fuel. So I'll give me about 50 gallons, really just enough to, just make sure I can get at least to Lordsburg, if not to Las Cruces or even Anthony, and get more to get over that area. I've got two pilots here in town. One's actually a truck stop. The other one is more just a pilot. It's called a Pilot Express, where it's just fuel and go, and that's it. They don't have parking there. I'll probably do the one. I'll go to the one where they actually have parking. It's it doesn't really matter, but. Tucson, I used to be stationed in this city when I was active duty, so I know this area a decent amount. The old Triple T, that's right next to, right across the street from the pilot that I'm planning on stopping at. My fuel card needs to be replaced. I cannot get fuel anywhere except through my pilot app. Or I have to do it manually, which nobody will ever do unless they're at a pilot or flying J, ironically. So, if it's not pilot flying J, I'm not going there for any reason for fuel until I get my card replaced. And then also I get 15-cent per gallon rebate. That pilot flying J, so if I were going to TTT, it'd have to be at least 15 cents a gallon less than the pilot that's right across the street from it, if not more, before I'll even consider going there. Yeah, I heard that Triple T, it's not what it used to be. I heard the restaurant there used to be like a trucker favorite, and now it's just not the same. I guess they have different owners and stuff, and I guess the food's not anywhere near as good as it used to be. What are you doing, truck? You can't make up your mind what lane to go in? Moving over that way. Okay, I guess I don't know if you're just doing it to pass that car, or maybe you want to set yourself up for getting on I-19. So we'll be coming up on I-19, which goes down to Nogales pretty soon here. I'm at, but we come around this side. This guy can go to hell. I'm gonna speed up to get around this car, but this truck behind me can go to hell if he doesn't like it. Because I'm going the speed limit already anyway, and then actually a little bit over. If I'm already doing the speed limit and then a little bit more, and if you can't handle it, too damn bad. That's your problem. But I'll try to be timely about getting around people as well. Like right there, I was previously at a comfortable speed, and I went ahead and sped up a few extra miles an hour to get around the car, and then once I got around the car, I moved back over. So he can do what he wants, and I can be out of the way and do what I want, and not have to deal with people. Yeah, see, there've been a lot of movies that were done here. I know Can't Buy Me Love was done here. I'm trying to remember the other movies. One of those Transformers movies, I forget which one, where they show the boneyard. Now, it's not unusual for a movie industry to want to do scenes at the boneyard. Or, yeah, it's called AMARC, Aerospace Maintenance and Regeneration Center or Group. It used to be AMARC, Aerospace Maintenance and Regeneration Center, when I was there at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. And then they changed it to AMARC, so it's not center, it's group. But either way you slice it, it's basically called the boneyard. The aircraft boneyard, military aircraft boneyard. Right over here on the east side of Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. But movie industry likes to do scenes there. In fact, interestingly, I talked about Can't Buy Me Love. There actually is, if you're familiar with that movie, there is a scene in there where Patrick Dempsey's character and his Ronald Miller character and the girl he has a name for, whatever, they go on a date and they're hanging out in where these basically these mothballed aircraft are. That's actually at the boneyard right here in town. Davis-Monthan was always an interesting experience because I got there in October of '95. And I was there until I went on terminal leave in April of '99. And while I was there, I actually watched the last ever, the last F4 unit that was at, or at least the last 8 of them that were at Nellis Air Force Base. I watched them actually fly in and land there, and I was actually working on the ramp right there in front of where they taxi into the boneyard, and watched them actually taxi right into the boneyard. And then I also watched a squadron of F-111s come in, when they retired those. So those were interesting. Then I also remember seeing, is this guy going to be a problem? Because I see that truck, that pickup there on the on-ramp, but then I got this other truck to the left of me blocking me from doing anything. Okay, so anyway, I saw that, and then there was another, which one was it? A YC-15, I think it was, or two airplanes out there that they were were basically precursors to the C-17. One of them had these really strange, I think it was a twin-engine aircraft with a bit more of a strange design to it. But it kind of looks like a small C-17. And then there's another one that looks a lot like a C-17 but smaller. Now one's a YC-15, one's a YC-16 if I remember right. I actually watched both of those things fly. Yeah, one of them, they actually made two. I think it was the YC-15. I want to say one of them was right over here at Yuma Air Museum. And the other one I watched flying around a few times, and they ended up sending it out to, I think Long Beach. So if I remember right, it was, what was it? I forget who made it. Not Lockheed, was it? Maybe Norfolk, or no, I forget. Well, I think McDonnell Douglas has, well, McDonnell's part of Boeing now, but I want to say they had some over there. Whoever it was, they sent it over there for whatever, and then I think they were gonna, I forgot what else they did. I don't know if that's the same aircraft that ended up over here at the Yuma Air Museum, or I want to say the other one got taken up to Edwards Air Force Base or something like that. I forget. So slow here, but my exit's not too far away, so I'm a little reluctant to try to pass anybody. So, I think it's on Cold Road, isn't it, Marty? Which street's Triple T and that pilot off? Is it Colb or Wilmot? I don't think it's Valencia. I want to say it's Colb. This guy going so slow? There's another truck up in front of him. And I'm kind of trapped here because I got an exit coming up, but I can't guarantee that I can get by these guys and back over without becoming a problem for whoever I pass. Getting railroaded by other traffic doesn't help the situation here. So I'm just gonna have to be patient and deal with it. I'm okay with it, just some kind of a consistent speed. Don't play like you're a freaking distracted idiot. Yeah, be away from that guy who's only doing 58 or whatever. Ready or not, here I come. Damn it, you stupid light. I'm already halfway in the intersection. So Triple T is basically right on the left. I'm coming to Pilot though. Yeah, it was tight. Really wanted that guy's space, but he wouldn't pull out until after I went by. I can't blame him because he can't see around me. So. We start going, what the hell? Since when did the fuel island go that direction? Every time I've been here before, you go just here not long ago. Why is it? I'm not getting that. Why the hell's everybody facing the opposite? Come on, dude. Are these guys in line or are they parked? No, they're not in line. They're just parked. I seriously don't remember this fuel island being this direction. Alright, come on, dude. Alright, good. I'll have to write down his number too. Come on, you stupid app, hurry up. We don't have an app to load up, so she fuel purse. It's sitting there spinning forever. pilots having issues with their EFS system. Looks like my app finally came up, but I'm probably going to have a problem based on what she was telling me in there. Give it a try. Go through the process here. Yeah, transaction declined. Well, try it again. And I don't have enough, as far as I know, to make it to Lordsburg. I don't have an option but to stay here. Because she says the Pilot Express is having the same problem. Call dispatch. So this is causing me a problem here, big time. I don't mind using my Ameritrade card if I have to. I don't want to sit here. Sure. Hey, the real fat shady. It's well, for my Facebook, it's the same name, and you'll see my face as my profile pic. Easy to find because I'm wearing an Eagles hoodie. Hello, this is Scott on L3365E. I'm kind of in need of fuel, but I guess there's some kind of an EFS system problem or whatever. You guys aware of that, or and then um, uh, okay. So on the fuel, like, because yeah. going overweight. Pull forward and use the restroom and get my receipt and all that kind of stuff. Maybe refill my drink too. And drink seems like it's okay. Alright, see you guys in a bit.
We got a squirter.
Massive loads. I'm gonna have 3 different loads I'm gonna have my hand the other day. probably about only getting 50 gallons of. Hopefully by the time I ditch, will be able to get me 300 miles easily. Well, not necessarily so easily when I weigh almost 80,000. Clear back there behind me. Eastbound traffic does not stop. Yeah, I mean it's traffic. Come on, dude, what are you doing? Don't just sit there and wait for me to come to a complete stop before you decide to move. It's not Tucson Truck Tub, why they call it Triple T, is it? I forget. That EFS problem caused some inconveniences there, but I pay for my own fuel anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It just means that I won't. Oh, yeah, you can do it. All right. So the main difference there is the fact that when I use my fleet card, I'll see a deduction on my settlement for whatever the amount was. If I use my bank card or my personal card, then I don't get deducted on that. So my paycheck will appear to be larger, but I still have to account for it. And so I'll want to send that. I'll still want to send that to my accountant. For a cost of, for otherwise it can affect my reported income, and also for IFTA and all that kind of stuff. I need to document somehow. I think I have to send the receipt or some kind of info to our people in Sepulpa. So I'll have to get with my dispatcher tomorrow to find out exactly what needs to happen. Nothing left on my drive clock. On my 8-hour clock, I'll have about half an hour, if even that. See, how many miles have I driven so far? I've done 247 so far. So it's going to be about 380 or so. How am I down that far? I don't get it. Times where I can run 500 plus miles before I need to stop for a break. How am I? It's not adding up why I won't even be able to do 400 before I actually have to stop for a break. When I've been running 65 to 70 the entire time. Must have been the time wasted over at the Flying J. More time than that because I logged a little more pre-trip time than I really needed to. So I can actually cut started my shift off by several minutes. That would give me a little extra time to work with to get to Lordsburg. I shouldn't have a problem either way. Up that part of the load and then get all the way back to Yuma and still have a little bit of fuel left. But by the time I got into the Palm Springs area where I was going to see the last pilot flying J's at all before I got to Yuma, I was starting to have doubts based on what the indicator said whether I'd have enough to make it to Yuma. So I ended up having to make a quick stop at the pilot over there on the west, up in North Palm Springs, and did 50 gallons just to be sure that I'd be okay. here. Looks like it's the left lane closed. Speed limit all the way down to 35 for. Usually I see that when they're forcing everybody off the freeway and onto off ramps and then back on at the on ramp. I see trucks moving left, so. But then I see signs showing that the left lane is closed. What the hell is going on here? Okay, cop with the truck. Is he just pulled over though? Or maybe that's why everyone's over here, but it's like just run-of-the-mill road work going on. This doesn't take too long. Doing 23 and 22 now. It's like they're okay. I thought they're doing bridge work or something and making everybody get off here at the at the exit. Probably get back on at the exit so they can do the bridge work. Bridge work that, for obvious reasons, they can't have traffic going underneath them while they're. Yeah, they might be demolishing part of the bridge or setting something else up over here to widen, or who knows what. I don't know what's going on with this bridge, but.
MLB news, Red Sox trade Mookie Betts, David Price to Dodgers.
The Dodgers
The
have
Boston Red Sox agreed to trade former American League MVP Mookie Betts to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Fielder Alex Verdugo from the Dodgers and pitching prospect Brusdar Graterol from the Minnesota Twins. Veteran right-hander Kenta Maeda will move from the Dodgers to the Twins. The Red Sox are expected to pay a little more than half of Price's remaining $96 million over 3 years. Scroll to continue with content. Ad. ESPN's Jeff Passan first reported the agreement. Breaking, the Los Angeles Dodgers have agreed to a deal with the Boston Red Sox that would send star outfielder Mookie Betts and starter David Price to the Dodgers, sources familiar with the deal tell ESPN. Deal is pending medical reviews. Jeff Passan, at Jeff Passan, February 5, 2020. In another twist, the Dodgers reportedly have a deal in place to send outfielder Jock Peterson to the Los Angeles Angels if the Betts trade. Once J.D. Martinez opted to stick with the remaining 3 years and $62.5 million of his contract, rumors that Betts, who will be a free agent following the 2020 season, would be traded immediately picked up steam. Story continues. Those rumors heated up and cooled off several times over the last 3 months. Tuesday night, it all became reality. Betts, 27, has been the clear second best player in the sport over the past 5 years. His 39.7 WAR trails only Mike Trout in that time and stands almost 9 WAR clear of the next position player. The 2018 AL MVP avoided the arbitration process by agreeing to a $27 million salary for 2020 that was record-setting for players under team control, but 16 players are still set to make more than Betts this season. Price, a 5-time All-Star who won the Al Cy Young Award in 2012 with the Tampa Bay Rays, signed a 7-year, $217 million deal with Boston prior to the 2016 season. He compiled a 3.84 ERA over 4 sometimes rocky seasons with the Red Sox, but conquered postseason demons by winning 2 games and posting a 1.98 ERA in the 2018 World Series against his new team. Mookie Betts is headed to Los Angeles. Photo by Matty Meyer, Getty Images. Dodgers add Betts after quiet offseason. The Dodgers were one of 2 teams consistently connected to Boston in trade talks. The other was the San Diego Padres. Los Angeles always felt like the favorite though because the players it could reasonably offer seemed to match Boston's needs. It was also difficult to believe the Dodgers would miss out on yet another impact player, especially when directly battling a division rival. Top Dodgers executive Andrew Friedman also, notably, worked alongside new Red Sox chief baseball officer Chaim Bloom during their tenures with the Tampa Bay Rays. Despite connections to nearly every top free agent and reported discussions with the Cleveland Indians regarding all-world shortstop Francisco Lindor, the Dodgers' top addition prior to Betts was reliever Blake Trinan. Getting Betts changes the tone of an otherwise stagnant offseason. It also enhances what was already one of the MLB's best lineups. Betts' 2019 National League MVP Cody Bellinger, Justin Turner and Max Muncy will be a daunting challenge for opposing pitchers. Price will slot into a rotation that was already crowded, replacing Maeda and perhaps pushing younger arms such as Julio Urias, Ross Stripling and Dustin May into part or full-time bullpen duty. The question now is whether the trade will pay off for Los Angeles in the long run. With Betts headed for free agency after the 2020 season, it's possible his Dodgers tenure will be a one and done. Most will agree it's worth it if Los Angeles finally gets over the World Series hump. If not, it could be the centerpiece in a long stretch of disappointments. More from Yahoo Sports. Taylor, NFL may be going from Pat's dynasty to Pat's dynasty. Wetzel, from winless Cleveland Brown to Super Bowl champ. Morant Grizzlies don't seem to want Iggy around anymore. Kobe crash 911 calls _ dangerous flying conditions.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Sounds like it was a good trade for the Dodgers. I mean, Alex Verdugo, it didn't look like he plays much. Maeda over the Twins. Now, he's a pretty good pitcher, but
Uber is testing new pricing system at 3 California airports, report. Photo, Scott Hines Getty. Uber is still doing everything in its power to fight the implication of California's new independent contractor law, likely working its developers into the ground to roll out product features designed not to improve driver or rider experience but to create flimsy legal defenses against an increasingly indefensible business model. You'd think there'd be an easier way. For those not following the incremental drip of labor circle news around this particular law dubbed AB 5, which I assume is most people, the legislation sets in place a stricter standard for determining whether a contractor is truly free of control from the firm, company, or platform that pays them. Despite what you may have heard, it neither immediately outlaws contracting, nor does it automatically enroll workers into a union. To some degree, the backward nature of labor laws in this country and the number of carve-outs in AB 5 make these sorts of mischaracterizations inevitable. On the other hand, Uber and other gig economy firms seem intent to spread, or at the very least fail to correct, confusion that benefits them. And they're doing it while suing California over the law on the charge that it's irrational and unconstitutional. Keep in mind, AB 5 is merely an incremental escalation of what was already the letter of the law, as per a California Supreme Court ruling made nearly 2 years ago. Muddying things further, Uber has made it a high priority to add features to its app only for users in California specifically to undermine the case that the company is in any way controlling the course of work for its drivers. In Uber's view, it's a platform for connecting drivers with passengers, not a taxi company, if you can believe that. So, what's the latest piece of misdirection? As the Wall Street Journal reported today, a small subset of drivers performing a small subset of rides in 3 small cities in California will get an obtuse bidding system for fares, which one assumes is meant to show that drivers are able to set their own prices, an important element of true contract work. Uber's latest changes will set up a bidding system that lets drivers increase fares in 10% increments, up to a maximum of 5 times Uber's set price. Uber will match the rider with the driver who has set the lowest price. Starting next week, Uber plans to let drivers also set fares lower than Uber's price. In addition to choosing a higher multiple, drivers will be able to charge as little as 1/10 Uber's set price, decreasing fares 10% at a time. They will also be allowed to opt out of surge pricing. So let's examine this a bit. Uber will 1. Still set the base price, as well as 2. The minimum and maximum fare. 3. Will decide who gets more rides based on how little they're willing to work for, and will apply this system to 4. Only trips originating at airports in Santa Barbara, Palm Springs, or Sacramento. Sorry, I'm not convinced this does anything to prove the relative independence of Uber's contingent workforce. The trajectory of venture capital-infused tech in the past decade or so has largely followed a simple formula of using superior resources to subsidize the product in order to capture market share, only to jack the price up once a critical mass of rubes consumers, that is, have decided the service, widget, or gizmo is indispensable. Remember how much cheaper Uber rides used to be? That's only possible when moneyed weirdos sink $25 billion into a dumb idea like reinventing the taxi. Increasingly, Uber has pushed costs onto its own drivers. Forcing them to bid one another down to unlivable wages is simply the latest in a long arc of declining driver wages. So yes, in part this app feature is legal ammo for a case that is sure to drag on for absolutely goddamn ever. On the other, it's something Uber can likely point to when confronted by its own drivers. This is what your wages look like because of AB 5, wouldn't you like to go back to how things were? It's another potential prong in the long con to get gig workers to fight against their own best interest, which until now has consisted mostly of conflating full employee status with a lack of freedom, a false binary only Uber and its ilk are in the position to instate. And while Uber and its corporate allies in opposing California's AB 5 contractor law are the clear villains of this particular narrative, I have plenty of empathy for the employees who, according to the Washington Post, devoted 3 to 6, likely grueling, months to building out these and other features. This fare auctioning system, the ability to favorite riders, only served to give Uber's lawyers slightly more than fuck all to work with when challenging a law designed almost expressly to address companies getting rich through exploitation of a contractor system. According to one estimate, if Uber were to treat its drivers as employees, it would cost them in the ballpark of $500 million annually. With all the work Uber has piled onto its developers to get out of this jam, at whatever salaries those people pull, with all the confusion it's putting drivers through, who are now more likely to predominantly use a competitor rideshare app, and all the money this deeply unprofitable company has or intends to blow fighting AB5, invalid measures, AstroTurf campaigns, legal fees etc., you have to wonder, did they ever think making the drivers into employees might just be easier? Do you work at Uber? Are you a driver in Santa Barbara, Palm Springs or Sacramento? We'd love to talk to you. Reach out via email, Twitter DM, Keybase, or Secure Drop with your tips. Article 131 of 201. NCIS, why Lauren Holly's role as Jenny Shepard was challenging. Former NCIS star Lauren Holly played the role of director Jenny Shepard from 2005 to 2015. Here's why playing this character was a challenge for the actress. Mark Harmon says it.
Okay, before we get into that, I think that author was not a very big fan of Uber. I don't know what gave me that impression, but I get the impression that he or she, whatever, does not like Uber. Taxi companies can do the same thing. They can come up with their own app and have a similar service like that, and we might as well. It's like if you don't have good technological advances, then you don't make yourself easily and conveniently available to consumers. What do you expect? I see something about they spoke, whatever, Tom, but the road's too bumpy for me to. I can't. I'm not able to take a quick glance and figure out what it is with these bumps in the road. Alright, here we go. Spoke some sense of truth though. Yeah, that is true. They do raise some good questions. I'm sure Uber has good answers for some of that. Like, why doesn't Uber just make them employees? Because, well, when you make them employees, well, if you're on a 1099, you don't have to offer them medical insurance or all that kind of other stuff, and it's kind of like contracting for services rendered or whatever. You have to do all this W-2 stuff. It's different on taxes, and I guess different ramifications for like full-time versus part-time work and insurance. I mean, like benefits and stuff that are expected to be paid or provided to employees. How long it'll be for if Uber, when it'll take for Uber to start pulling a profit. I know it's they got all their their debts obviously, so but they got to start pulling a profit, or they're gonna have to incur more debts, or give up more equity in their company in order to stay afloat. Debts that you don't make enough money to pay. So I'm curious to know if they'll end up going through that vicious cycle, or if I think at some point in time they might start becoming more profitable. But they gotta get. I think the driver's best interest. They're providing a novel technological service, and they're obviously in the business of making money off it, which they're not even making yet. So they had an example I was trying to think of where UFC actually. That's the one I was trying to think of. Okay, Ultimate Fighting Championships. Okay, they spent many years trying to build up a profitable empire, and for years they were not able to pay the fighters very good salaries. You know, they might have been able, you might have a fighter fighting like once or maybe twice a year, and they might only get like $50,000 to $100,000 or something. And the fighters would have to make their living off of endorsements, or don't give up their day job. Yeah, it took a while for that. I know there was a pretty good amount of time where UFC fighters were constantly complaining about how they didn't feel like they were getting paid enough, and you can compare them to, like, say, boxing, where, let's say like Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. Look how much money those two guys made off that one fight. You can make, what, $60 million off of a single fight, and it'd be the only fight you have in the entire year, and you're making that many millions of dollars. I think they made $100 million off that fight, didn't they? Where UFC had the same problem for many years. They were just, they were with the Fertitta brothers, and it was forget. They were just not profitable. They're not enough where they could afford to pay the fighters what they really deserve to get paid. And then once they actually started getting, in more recent years, where they actually started getting actually pulling more profits as an organization, they were able to start funneling more of that money over to the fighters and actually pay the fighters better purses. So they eventually got it figured out, and I think that's the issue with Uber. They don't necessarily have to charge more. It's just once they get the cost controls figured out, or just time to get rid of the debts that they're dealing with that are sucking them dry. There's a possibility they might start pulling enough profits where they can afford to give the drivers a larger percentage of whatever the cut is. I haven't watched UFC fights in a while. But I do remember hearing that a lot of them were starting to get paid a lot more money now, and I know it was the business side of the company, of the agency, or the organization, whatever, finally becoming more financially solvent. That had a lot to do with that happening. Race to the bottom on pay is never a good model for poor people. No. But it also is a good thing for supply and demand, because like we saw in the trucking industry, as long as drivers are willing, companies and drivers are willing to drive for, pull loads for certain amounts of pay, then there's no incentive for them to pay drivers more. However, it's like you don't always have the pricing power, because they might have fewer drivers, but then it might become too cost prohibitive to the shippers, the customers, whatever, to either send or order the product. And so it becomes a big battle between supply and demand, and that's part of capitalism, of course. Kind of helps keep things honest, too. picture economics. So yeah, it's not without its problems, but it does. It actually does contribute to good things economically too. Yeah, and then I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing what they're trying out there with you know, hey, let drivers bid for stuff, because let's face it, especially if it's you're in a local area. Now, I'm not sure that airports are going to be necessarily the best place to try this out, because you might get, let's say you might be an Uber rider yourself, and you might find that you have a particular preference for a certain driver, and you might not want, maybe the closest driver available to you who might be cheaper or who will do it for less. Maybe you've had experience with them that you're not so, you know, what's the word I want to use there? You don't get such a warm, fuzzy feeling about it, I guess. And maybe there's another driver in the same general area who won't do it, who will charge you a little bit more. However, someone you might get along with better, or might like the way they drive better, or you know, the service they provide better, or something along that line, you might be more willing to spend more. It's kind of like me when okay, Walmart versus Target. That's a common thing that happens here in the U.S. Okay, a lot of people like Walmart because they're cheaper. To me, I can't handle that many people. Like, it's just too big a crowd a lot of times, and too funny a crowd too, if you want to put it another way. And a lot of them. There are certain Walmarts I don't mind, but there's a reason why you have this thing called Walmartians all over the internet. You go to Target, you're going to pay a little bit more for a lot of the stuff. However, it's not as crowded, and then the ambiance is a little bit more of not so. I guess not so economic or frugal or whatever. I don't know what you want to call it. And you get a little bit more of a, I guess, a little bit more diversity, I guess, in the socioeconomic atmosphere there with the people. I don't mind, you know, poor or rich mix, whatever. I don't want to be shopping there, but with a whole bunch of meth heads, or you know, or people who might look like they're going to steal from the place or rob it, whatever. Walmart's, yeah, it's funny. Not so funny actually. Someone I used to work with on aircraft used to call it white trash mart. Probably thought I was leading that in a different direction, but no, I don't want to talk trash about people who go to Walmart. Everyone has their reasons for doing stuff. Yeah, like actually rich people. Look at Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. How do they make so much money? Because they don't spend like they're rich. They're not always. Sometimes they're very cheap and will spend as little as they can, and you know, just their mentality. And they try to save and invest as much as they can. That's how they're rich. You know, and those, you know, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett types might actually be might actually prefer to shop at Walmart and Target for their reasons. You know, you never know who you get dealing with. I'm just saying there's a kind of a stereotype, unfortunately. For me, I wouldn't even really say it's a socioeconomics so much. Is that a JCT over there? I can't tell. It's more the fact I just can't deal with too much of a crowd of and people annoying me and being in the way and acting like there's nobody else around. It's like I'd rather be not so crowded, and then people actually realize that there's more people in the store than just themselves. Because I get a lot more of the, those annoyances, I guess, when I'm at Walmart. It's more crowded, a lot of them, and actually grocery stores can be the same way too. A lot of grocery stores, where like people are looking for whatever, and they got the little tunnel vision going on and don't even realize, hey, I'm trying to get by you. Move your ass. Why should I even tell you? Why should I even have to ask you to move or say excuse me or whatever? You got peripheral vision? There's something wrong with it? Get your ass out of my way, dumb shit. That's what I feel like telling half of them. People can't afford to use a risk and reward model. Struggle week to week. Just surviving is a real story. Yeah, that is true. And you know what? That's what's something ironic about this. I'm going to tie into my stock stuff too with this. Who usually buys lottery tickets? Think of somebody anywhere buying lottery tickets for whatever, it doesn't matter. What picture comes into your head? What does that person look like? What is their, what do you think their income level probably is? Or, what kind of lifestyle do you think they might live? Exactly, so, yeah, but now stereotypically it's more often than not, they're not always, because they're, plenty of middle class and, probably even upper class who are no strangers to buying lottery tickets, but you're more apt to find a lot of poorer people who are dreaming about escaping that cold reality. I can't say I blame them at all. Indulging in their dreams and, buying lottery tickets, hoping that someday it'll actually pay off and save money, putting it into an investment account, and actually learn about investing and invest that money and actually make it grow for them. It may not be a guarantee. It might not be, hey, you're going to win $7 million, but you'll sure as hell make a lot out of it if you're, over the long run, if you do your due diligence and learn about how things work with that. And then also with that, with stocks, very, very common. I see beginning investors, like brand new investors, they always like to go for penny stocks. And of course you ask, well, why would you buy penny stock? Oh, because I can buy a whole bunch of shares of them. I can buy like 10,000 shares of this 10-cent stock for only $100. Okay. Well, it's still $100 that you invested. Who cares how many shares it is? Well, I think that the more shares you have, the more you can potentially make when the price does go up. But here's the problem. If you're dealing with a 10-cent stock, you're dealing with something that nobody knows about. Or you're dealing with something that people know about, but have a good reason to not be investing in. When you consider the fact the average company, when they IPO, basically when they first go public, they're usually priced in the $15 to $20 per share range. You have to wonder, well, if they were in that price range before, and they're down below $1 per share, then what's wrong with that picture? There must be something wrong with them. That's the way I view it. Now, there may not necessarily be something wrong with them. I have talked about this before. Some of them might actually be good companies. They're like the needle in the haystack, though. Most of them are poorly run companies, or they have too much of a niche market that nobody cares. That not enough people. It doesn't cater enough to a broad enough expanse of the consumer base, or they have financial issues that scare investors, or investors who actually know what they're doing. So what happens when you don't have any when hardly anybody's interested in buying their shares? Now you don't have much liquidity, and with little liquidity, what happens is you get what's called a bid and ask price. The ask price is always the higher price. The higher price is the one that you buy the shares at the market value, and then if you do a market order, then the bid price is what you sell it at. So even if the share price doesn't move, let's just say you have a 10-cent stock, the bid ask could be like 12 and 8. So it might cost you 12 cents a share to buy it, and then right at the very same moment, even though the share price and the quote price is still the same, the best price you're going to get out of it when you sell it to somebody will be 8 cents. Unless somebody else puts in, let's just say, maybe a limit order for 10 cents. Like they'll buy it for 10 cents but won't buy it for 12. And let's say they want to buy enough shares to buy up what you have, and certain rules of that. They might want all or nothing, or might say whatever they can get out of it. Okay, that's how you might get actually your 10 cents out of it, but it still costs you 12. So what? And 1/6. That's you just lost 16, almost 17% of the value. Basically, $100. If you bought $100 worth of shares, it never actually changed. So I always tell people, if you're going to play with penny stocks, make them your play money. Put most of your money in proven winners that are going to keep going up. Even at a 10% growth rate per year, you'll do just fine over a long term. Don't worry about these needle in a haystack winners. And then maybe after you have plenty of money to work with, maybe you have like 10,000 in your account, and you just have it sitting at most of the 10,000 sitting on your proven winners, or even on the stock index fund or whatever. Then, all right, go ahead and start playing around. Put like $100 into a needle in a haystack company or something, and start maybe buy like 5 of them or something, and then one of them does take off. Great, you're gonna get a pretty nice profit out of them if they do. The odds are pretty low, but it can still happen, and it's more effective than buying lottery tickets that have much, much worse odds. I mean, your odds of winning, getting all the numbers right in a lottery here are up in I think it's the tens of millions, or it might even be hundreds. I forget. I got to do the math on it or look it up, but you have a better chance of getting hit by lightning than you do of winning the lottery. And that's the problem with the run-of-the-mill, like Main Street, whatever, regular run-of-the-mill people and stock market. Is a lot of people don't know anything about stocks, and they don't know how effective it can be if you actually learn about it. But you can't be any good at it if you don't take any time to learn it. Well, most people can't be bothered to learn it. They don't have the time or interest to do it. Too much math or too much research, whatever, to really do it effectively. That's exactly it, Tom. That's why I always say penny stocks you treat them like lottery tickets. You wouldn't spend your whole paycheck on a lottery ticket. Why the hell would you spend all your investment money on a stock market type of lottery ticket? It's just asinine. at least some companies that you actually know, that you can actually know something about and have good analyst coverage that are actually growing still. And you don't have to be in a small company. Even big companies grow very fast at times. There are companies, there are S&P 500 companies sometimes that grow 100, even 200% in a year sometimes. People will not focus so damn heavily on putting all their what little money they make into that, then there wouldn't be so many. There wouldn't be so much money going into the system. But of course, they'd probably have to decrease the pots or make the odds of winning better to get people that want to put more money into it. So it's kind of a balance there too, where if you make it too incredibly difficult, then or people never win even anything, people are going to quit playing. I think a lot of people think short term too, or they might spend like $5-10 at a time here or there, whatever. They might get a couple bucks back here and there, and then once in a while they might win 100. Oh, I just got some good money. Okay, well, how much money have you spent over the long term before you got that? You probably spent over $100 before in order to get that 100. That's not a good way to come out ahead. To get yourself out of that kind of a life. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out too, because it's not really telling how things will work out. Like I said, companies will make adjustments, kind of like what you were saying earlier. They can adjust by doing this to get around stuff or whatever, and it's just sooner or later becomes if the Uber drivers really think it's fair enough to them, then they'll just go ahead and they'll keep doing it. If you get enough drivers who just don't feel like they need Uber or feel like they're not getting paid enough to do it, obviously you're going to lose demand, and then there you go, more problems there. Arizona now, about 5 miles away. Actually, I would say even less than that. It says 2 miles to this next section. Yeah, 340 is where the TA here in Wilcox is, so yeah, I guess 2 miles in. These miles fly by kind of fast sometimes. Quit. Can't you guys
Mark
make a
Harmon
smooth
says it
road?
takes effort to develop chemistry among cast members. Lauren Holly, Sean Murray, and Mark Harmon on NCIS, Cliff Lipson, CBS Photo Archive via Getty Images. Although the NCIS cast makes it look easy, it takes a lot of work to develop chemistry. During an interview with CBS about NCIS Season 3, Mark Harmon discussed what it takes to make a hit TV show. He says there were a lot of changes during Season 3 because they lost Sasha Alexander and added Code de Pablo and Lauren Holly. However, Harmon says the cast developed a chemistry that worked well for the show. Anytime a cast member leaves, you have a lot of questions. We spent 2 years here trying to establish chemistry. And then once you establish chemistry, you're competitive about it because it doesn't happen very often. And when that chemistry is altered, none of us here knew what to expect. You hope that you better it. There are no guarantees. This show, from the beginning, has been staffed and done by people who want to be here. I don't think you can do this show and not want to be here.
Have to move over in a second.
Lauren Holly's role as director Jenny Shepard was challenging. Mark Harmon and Lauren Holly on NCIS, Cliff Lipson, CBS Photo Archive via Getty Images. According to NCIS creator Don Belisario, Holly is used to playing softer roles. Consequently, taking on the role of director Jenny Shepard was new territory for her. Holly says in her CBS interview she had to learn how to be a hard-ass without being completely unlikable. You can't just play the hard-ass because you can't be completely unlikable, Holly said. However, it's okay if I'm the character that people don't feel like hugging all the time. Holly said she had a tough time not falling back into her comedic style when she worked alongside co-star Michael Weatherly. After some time, however, she learned to pull back from the style she was used to and fully embrace her role as Shepard. When you work with people like Michael Weatherly, and he's so talented and so funny, if I have scenes with Michael, I so want to go toe-to-toe with him and do that, Holly said. And it's so hard for me, especially with my background being in comedy, not to do that. But it's rewarding that I don't. Producer Mark Horowitz says Jenny Shepard is an interesting character. Lauren Holly on NCIS, Ron P. Jaffe, CBS Photo Archive via Getty Images. NCIS producer Mark Horowitz told CBS that director Jenny Shepard is an interesting character. What makes her interesting is her dual relationship with Gibbs. She's not only his ex but also his boss. This adds an exciting layer to the show. Part of the Jenny Shepard character involved her past relationship with Gibbs. So, she had this sort of duality to deal with. And that was part of the interesting thing about the character, was that she had been an agent, they had a relationship. How was that past going to impact her now being his boss? She remains in charge and we still have these scenes where we go back in time occasionally and see the two of them together. Read more, why did Lauren Holly leave NCIS? Check out Showbiz Cheat Sheet on Facebook. Article 132 of 201. Shapiro, AOC trying to explain economics is like a badger trying to explain calculus. Fox News. Close. Video. Fox News flash top headlines for Jan. 21. Fox News flash top headlines for January 21st are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro slammed Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez DNY. For her recent remarks on the ills of the capitalist system during an event commemorating Martin Luther King Jr. Day. AOC trying to explain economics is sort of like watching a badger trying to explain calculus, Shapiro said on The Ben Shapiro Show Tuesday. Unable to execute JavaScript. During the Monday event, Ocasio-Cortez attacked billionaires for taking $1 billion off the backs of their employees, who she said were undocumented people, black and brown people being paid under a living wage, and single mothers. No one ever makes $1 billion. You take $1 billion, Ocasio-Cortez said during a discussion with author Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm not here to villainize and to say billionaires are inherently morally corrupt. It's to say that this system that we live in, life in capitalism, always ends in billionaires. She addressed a hypothetical widget manufacturer to further demonstrate her point. You didn't make those widgets, did you? Because you employed thousands of people and paid them less than a living wage to make those widgets for you, Ocasio-Cortez said. You didn't make those widgets. You sat on a couch while thousands of people were paid modern-day slave wages and in some cases real modern-day slavery.
Boy, that
VA
sounds
sheriff
similar to what we were
responds
just
to
talking
AOC
about.
claims about gun rights rally. Shapiro called the Democratic Squad members' theory full-scale insanity. She suggests that if you're a businessperson, entrepreneur, capitalist, then you don't get to make a profit off of the products in which you have invested and risked, he said. Video. Ocasio-Cortez, who advocates for democratic socialism, also encouraged billionaires to surrender their control and power during the discussion with Coates. I don't want your money as much as we want your power, she said. AOC declares Dems and Center Conservative Party. She, AOC, has not generated a single thing that has done anybody any good for her entire life, except she mixed a few drinks, said Shapiro, in reference to the lawmaker's former career as a bartender. She has not created a job, she has not run a business. But she wants the power of people who have done all of that because those people didn't create anything. The only people who created anything was the workers. For at least hundreds of thousands of years, there have been workers. People who labor, Shapiro continued, but prosperity only began when people started investing in the labor of others and engaging in free trade and commerce. Click here to get the Fox News app. To prove his point, Shapiro noted that the global growth domestic product, GDP, multiplied by 15,700% between the years 1800 and 2015. And she's sitting here explaining that she wants the power. He asked, what qualifies this dolt to run anything? Fox Business Evie Fordham contributed to this report. Article 133 of 201. Oscars 2020, the 10 most nominated films, and how many nominations they got. With the conclusion of the Golden Globes, which was led to wild success by host Ricky Gervais, the Hollywood Awards season is just getting started, with the Academy Awards, which will air on Sunday, February 9th, serving as the season's conclusion. While the awards themselves have yet to be granted, the nominations are out, and even these alone are full of surprises and snubs. Related, 2020 Golden Globes Awards winners list. Did your favorites win?
Mind you, some of these are old
To get
news
ready for
again.
the upcoming awards, here is a breakdown of the 10 most nominated films of 2020.
Most of it's old.
Advertising. 10 Bombshell, 3 nominations. This topical look into sexual harassment and women's rights follows the sexual assault lawsuit against Roger Ailes that led to a multitude of other women coming forward with their own sexual harassment stories. Starring Margot Robbie and Charlize Theron, this film could very well snag a surprise Best Actress or Best Supporting Actress Oscar. It was nominated for Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Makeup Hairstyling. 9 Ford v Ferrari, 4 nominations. It is surprising that a film with this kind of legendary star power did not get more Oscar attention. Led by none other than Christian Bale and Matt Damon, Ford v Ferrari follows Carroll Shelby, the American carmaker, and Ken Miles, the famed English race car driver, as the pair strives to win the 1966 Le Mans race. It was nominated only for film editing, Best Picture, Best Sound Editing, and Best Sound Mixing, with both of the powerhouse leads missing out on personal recognition. Advertising. 8 Little Women, 6 nominations. This latest adaptation of the 1868 novel of the same name follows the March sisters in post-Civil War America. With stars like Emma Watson and Florence Pugh from Midsommar, and expertly directed by Greta Gerwig, the only surprising thing is that this film didn't get more nominations. Related, the 10 best Emma Watson movies that aren't Harry Potter, according to IMDb. It was nominated for Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Costume Design, Best Score, Best Picture, and Best Adapted Screenplay. 7 Marriage Story, 6 nominations. This incredibly emotional Netflix original follows Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson as young parents going through a painful divorce. It was filmed in a beautiful parallel of the content on screen, with both characters unable to fully see things from their spouse's point of view. This heart-rending film is likely one of Adam Driver's best performances and was nominated for Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Score, Best Picture, and Best Original Screenplay. Advertising. 6 Parasite, 6 nominations. From the South Korean director Bong Joon-ho, who was behind the 2013 film Snowpiercer, comes Parasite, a dark comedy intent on revealing poignant class issues. Full of clever twists and turns, complicated storylines, and stunning acting, Bong Joon-ho is definitely getting buzz for that Best Director award.
40 miles from
It was
the
nominated
Mexico
for
line
Best
now.
Director, Film Editing, Best International Film, Best Picture, Best Production Design, and Best Original Screenplay. 5 Jojo Rabbit, 6 nominations. From the same mind that created the masterpiece that was Thor, Ragnarok, the heartfelt joy of Hunt for the Wilderpeople, and the hilarious What We Do in the Shadows, comes Jojo Rabbit, Taika Waititi's 4th film. When Jojo, a lonely German boy, discovers that his mother is harboring a Jewish girl during World War II, he is fraught between loyalty to his country and loyalty to his mother. His imaginary friend, Adolf Hitler, helps him work through this dilemma. Related 10 franchises we'd love to see Taika Waititi work on. It was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, Best Costume Design, Best Picture, Best Adapted Screenplay, Film Editing, and Best Production Design. Advertising. For The Irishman, 10 nominations. This stunning 3-hour-long Netflix original, headed artfully by Martin Scorsese, is packed with a star-studded cast, including Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, and Al Pacino. It tells the story of Frank Sheeran, who reflects on his long and bloody mob career. The Irishman was nominated for Best Supporting Actor, X2, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Director, Film Editing, Best Picture, Best Production Design, Best Visual Effects and Best Adapted Screenplay. Another masterpiece to add to Scorsese's portfolio. Regardless of a win, The Irishman will go down with the likes of Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, and The Departed. 3 Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, 10 nominations. Set at the end of the golden age of Hollywood, 1969, Once Upon a Time, Quentin Tarantino's 9th film follows actor Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio, and his longtime friend and stunt double Cliff Booth, Brad Pitt, as they struggle to revitalize their careers. In the unsurprisingly bloody vein of Tarantino, their story quickly becomes entangled with that of Charles Manson and his army of murderous cultists. This film received nominations for Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Director, Best Picture, Best Production Design, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Original Screenplay. Advertising. To 1917, 10 nominations. This World War I film follows 2 young British soldiers who are sent to carry a message through enemy territory that could save nearly 2,000 men from certain death. It was nominated for Best Cinematography, Best Director, Best Makeup, Hairstyling, Best Score, Best Picture, Best Production Design, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Mixing, Best Visual Effects, and Best Original Screenplay. In a field that is more competitive than any we've seen in a while, the odds are high that 1917 will win this year's Best Picture. Beyond being another amazing film, it was filmed in the incredibly rare, one-shot style, which means that it, essentially, used only one extended take. 1 Joker, 11 nominations. This dark, grisly, gory take on the famed villain's backstory met with equal parts praise and criticism. But it is still widely regarded as one of the best films of the year, with a whopping 11 Academy Award nominations. Joker received nominations for Best Actor, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Director, Film Editing, Best Makeup, Hairstyling, Best Score, Best Picture, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Adapted Screenplay. This is a big moment for DC, whose last critically acclaimed film, The Dark Knight, received only 6 nominations. It seems likely that Joker will take home a decent handful of the little gold statues come February. Next, the 5 biggest superhero box office bombs of the year and the 5 best, according to Box Office Mojo. Advertising. Share, tweet, email. Comment. 0. Next, Sons of Anarchy, 10 unanswered questions we still have about the main characters. Related topics. Lists. Oscars. About the author. Ian Kreitsberg is an avid reader and a passionate writer. He is a journalism student at the College of New Jersey, where he also serves as an editor at the school paper, The Signal. Ian is a huge Star Wars, Harry Potter, and Game of Thrones fan, having read a great variety of Star Wars novels. He loves Legends, and watched all the shows. Thoroughly taken in by the fantastical and the otherworldly, he has read the Harry Potter series over a dozen times and subscribes to the rare view that Season 8 of God was really not that bad. Check him out on Twitter at @Kreitsberg. More about Ian Kreitsberg. Article 134 of 201. 3 children found dead in Phoenix home, mother held on murder charges, WGN-TV. Phoenix, a woman has been arrested in Phoenix on suspicion of killing her 3 children, her infant daughter, her 2-year-old daughter and her 3-year-old son, police said Tuesday. Rachel Henry, 22. Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Police found Rachel Henry's children dead in their Phoenix home Monday evening after someone there called 911 to report some kind of unspecified trouble, police SGT. Mercedes Fortune said. The mother has admitted to harming her 3 children, leading to their deaths, Fortune said. Henry, a 22-year-old who recently moved to Arizona from Oklahoma, is being held on 3 counts of first-degree murder, Fortune said. Fortune did not say how the children died, or how Henry allegedly harmed them. Police have said there were no obvious signs of trauma, and that a medical examiner will determine the causes of death. 3 adults at the home when officers arrived, police say. When officers arrived after 7:30 p.m. Monday at the home near 24th Street and Vineyard Road, Henry, as well as the children's father and another relative were there, police said. The 911 call came from the home, said Fortune, adding she didn't know who made the call. It could not be immediately determined if Henry has an attorney. Trademark and copyright 2020 Cable News Network, Inc., a Time Warner company. All rights reserved. Filed in News. Suggest a correction. Times. Suggest a correction. Your name. Your email. Report a typo or grammatical error. Cancel. Share update. Facebook. Twitter. LinkedIn. Pinterest. Email. SMS. Article 135 of 201. Young Apple Valley mother killed in crash, family mourns loss of 3rd child. 247headline.com, yesterday. Apple Valley, CA. A family who felt the world was torn out from beneath their feet through the unexpected losses of a young family members is left to pick up the pieces once again. The story was told in a post written by Justice Kelly, the second-born of 5 Kelly children. Justice wrote a post on Facebook to share her life experiences as far as the multiple losses and hardships over the last 10 years. Justice said that their life has never been simple, their parents took care of them the best they knew how, but both struggled with addiction. Janelle Kelly, the mother of the household, off and on worked on her addiction, but the constant loss caused her to sway back into addiction. On March 5, 2010, Stephen Kelly was crossing the street late at night and was struck by a vehicle. The driver fled the scene of the traffic collision and Kelly was left in the roadway to be struck by at least one other vehicle. Emergency medical personnel responded to the scene and determined that he was dead on arrival. The woman turned herself in the following day, according to Justice. She said that the lady stated that she thought she has struck a dog and was not clear about what happened. I was 16 at the time and left with 3 younger siblings, said Justice. My mom stayed as strong as she could, but I had to pick up a lot of pieces at a young age as the oldest daughter. My dad, who already struggled with addiction, this pushed him over the edge. In and out of jail and addiction, he tried his best. Things began to settle for the family after the loss of the eldest Kelly child until on January 30, 2015, when Aram Kelly, 18, was crossing the street in Apple Valley on his mini motorcycle and was struck by a truck. Aram was airlifted to a trauma center where he died as a result of his injuries. We watched another brother and son die that day, said Justice. This took an even harder toll on our family. We couldn't believe it happened again. Soon after Janelle Kelly, their mother fell back into her addiction. Years later, Janelle found her way back to sobriety and continued to be a loving mother to her remaining children and her grandchildren. Justice's children Alila Aram, 4, and Nixon Wayne, 1, Haley's 1-year-old son, Derek, and the newest addition to the family, Aram, who is in the NICU after being born to the youngest brother in the family. The family, with 2 major and sudden losses, began to move forward with their lives yet again. On January 12, 2020, Haley Kelly, 21, of Apple Valley, left her home to deliver a pot of stew she made for her grandmother who was recently put on hospice. While on Bear Valley Road, west of Joshua Road in the town of Apple Valley, her vehicle lost control into the westbound Bear Valley Road into the path of a Dodge truck. Emergency medical personnel arrived to find Haley Kelly deceased as a result of the collision. She leaves behind a beautiful 1-year-old baby boy and a heartbroken family, added Justice. We keep asking why. Why does something like this happen to one family more than once? Our birthday is May 21st, the same exact day. My birthday will never be the same again. A GoFundMe memorial account has been started by Haley's cousin, Tanya Springer. The funds will be going to cover the funeral costs for Haley. Then any remaining funds will go to her 1-year-old son, Derek. 4 days after her tragic death, her grandmother, Ellie Philippi, 89.
Because that's something, and obviously being a trucker, focus on safety. Vast majority of traffic accidents are avoidable, regardless of who's at fault. Now, there are some cases where you just can't do anything about it. You're just an unfortunate victim of being in the wrong place at the wrong time or having some freak thing happen. That's beyond your control or ability to do anything about. But I'd say at least 90% of all accidents out there are avoidable by either driver. So even if someone veers across the road, sometimes you actually do have the ability to, if you're paying attention, you might have the ability to react to it and get to a stop or get to a spot where they're not going to hit you or something else. Why does things like that happen? Because people don't think about safety. They don't pay attention to what's going on around them. Well, like I said, there are some cases where there really is certain, some accidents really cannot be avoided by the person who's not at fault. Like say if I'm on a 2-lane road and a truck, this is something that actually concerns me on 2-lane roads, is if a truck or car or somebody come in the opposite direction, blows a tire or something, or has some mechanical problem, and they suddenly right in front of me veer into my lane right in front of me, I'm a sitting duck. I can't do anything about it. I'm going to be dead. Hopefully it never happens, but that's a reality of that's what can happen on 2-lane roads. Or you get stupid people who try to pass people illegally on 2-lane roads, in a dangerous way, and run into that kind of stuff too. But in a lot of cases, there are things that can be done. Sometimes though, you have multiple options, and then sometimes it takes. Yeah, it ends up, okay, shit, what do I do? Do I do this, or do I do that, or do I do this, or do that, whatever. And then it takes so long to decide which option to take that you end up, guess what? You're dead. Even though any kind of action that, any of those one actions might have possibly made a difference. Far too many people are just looking at the front of their hood or kind of in, la la land, whatever, and they're driving and don't pay enough attention to what's going on around them, though. So that's why so many of these damn accidents happen. I am not going to Arizona. I'm in Arizona. I'm getting ready to go into New Mexico. We'll be swapping now. I picked up a load yesterday morning, of course, or actually this morning in Yuma. Yeah, we talked about that earlier on Messenger. I got the load picked up, and then I parked and finished the rest of my 10-hour break. And right when I was on my doing my pre-trip inspection there to get ready to roll, get asked by the home guru guy about swapping loads with actually the swap guy, asking if I'd mind repowering a load at the Flying J there in Yuma, which ironically is the same place I was about to head over to scale my load anyway. So yeah, I don't mind. Well, I get over there, the other guy doesn't even know anything about it because he's sleeping. Talk to him, and it ends up, he was hesitant to do the swap at first because he has home time scheduled in Houston about a week and a half from now. And he was concerned about not being able to get home. get a load back to Houston from there, because in his experience, he usually has to get loads out of California or somewhere to get to Houston. But yeah, I told him, well, you know, hey, it's up to you. It's your load. I'll roll whatever. I don't care. They asked me to do this, and if you told them, no hard feeling there. If you don't want to do the swap, then I'll just let Rob know that you don't want to do the swap, and you and him can hash it out. I don't care. But I just don't want to sit here and waste my 14-hour clock waiting for you guys to decide what to do when I'm already sitting here parked 10 spots over from you. Ends up, I guess Rob ended up talking him into doing the swap though, so now I have that guy's load and it is going to Dallas. But now I cannot deliver this load on time. That's why we were swapped in the first place, because the guy who already had it, there was no chance in hell of him delivering it on time. And even with me picking it up on that guy's 10-hour break, even I can't get it delivered on time. I would be running about midnight or so to ETA tomorrow night, and it has to be there no later than 2000 tomorrow night, so I'd be at least 4 hours late myself. So in other words, this load has to keep moving. So when I get to, they already have me set up for another repower when I get to El Paso. We'll be meeting up with another driver there. Give him the load. I'll take his. His is also going to Dallas, but it has enough time on it where I can sit on it for my 10-hour break and deliver it on time, and he'll be able to keep this load moving and get it to where it needs to be on time. I want to get around FedEx, but I got a long nose getting ready to pass me. Alright, 370 mile marker now. I'm just going to kick back. I see at least a few other faster trucks coming up. About not being able to get home, especially if he lives in an area that doesn't get too much, get much freight into his area. Now him living in Houston, he can get loads out of Colton that go to New Caney, which is about 40 miles from Houston. Or he can also get those Japanese food loads. It's called Sichuan. I think that's what it's called. We picked those up out of Bell Gardens, California, over in the LA area, and then take them over to a customer right there in Houston. Another customer, I have done another load where I actually did take it all the way to Houston. I picked up one of those Sichuan loads before, but ended up swapping out, so I never got a chance to deliver it. But mine. Now my ETA to Batavia. Now if I push hard, I would have been able to get there in 3 shifts. I could have possibly gotten there by the very end of the day on the 6th. So my ETA there was going to be in the morning of the 7th sometime. Yeah, I think I was talking about I forget what time I put in there, like 7 or 8 a.m. whatever the hell it was, I forget. So I put in the macro and I said, hey, I'm running ahead of schedule on my load when I got through load now. And so it's still, even if it's, I guess he has 4 extra hours that he's going to burn on my load. So even with that extra 4 hours, he's still going to be more than a day ahead of schedule. And he has an opportunity there, and that load, he's going to go past 3 different drop yards. He's got the Tolleson drop yard, the Oklahoma City yard, and then you have our terminal in Sapulpa. All 3 of them are possible places to drop, and not to mention he'll be on I-40, and that's prime time area for JCT trucks and a great spot for swaps. So there's a possibility they can get him routed back to California just so I can get him set up for one of those, maybe one of those Colton and New Caney loads or something. Alright, this guy's pulling a Walmart trailer. I got another faster truck catching up on me though, so let him get by first, and once he gets by me, I'll pass this guy. Where he's going, I can't tell. This could be, I see our England going to the Sam's Club. Sam's Club in Las Cruces, for all I know. It's a little late though. Usually I think from my experience when I was in that fleet, the Sam's Club deliveries were usually, you try to get there by 9 o'clock at night. It's already after 10, or actually coming up on 11, so there's a possibility, well, they have a window that they deliver in though. And it looks like it very well could be a Searing. Yep, sure is. Depends on where they're coming out of though. If it came out of Casa Grande, they're going to probably the Walmart or Walmart neighborhood market stores somewhere out this side. But if it's a Sam's Club load, then it would have came from it'd be coming from Colton, which means the Colton-based driver would be would be taking it all the way out to Las Cruces. They had him go to Pennsylvania. Load not ready till Friday. Ouch. That kind of sucks. Another FedEx I got to work around. This guy seems like he's going a little faster than 67. Maybe 68 or something. I don't know. Into San Simon, Arizona now, over on the eastern end of Arizona. I'm only just under 15 miles away from the New Mexico line on I-10. Plenty of room before I move over. No, there was no car. I guess all I saw was that truck back there. But when I looked for a second, I thought I saw a car coming up back there, but apparently not. Waiting and not getting miles because your shipper doesn't have your load ready. That sucks. That was the concern I had with the load that I gave to the other guy. Had good miles, almost 2,200 paid loaded miles, plus the 120 plus of deadhead miles. Decent load there, but I didn't want to have to sit almost 2 days to deliver it. I would have been hitting a 34-hour reset in that I didn't need. And then this load here is a dropping hook, but I can't get it there on time. That's why I'm swapping. And then when I get the other guy's load, there won't be that much time that I'll have to sit more than 10 hours to get it to. His is going to Dallas also. He has a strict time of 9 a.m. though, and I don't know where that load's going. I just know it's going to Dallas somewhere. If all goes as planned, all goes well, I'll do the swap. I'll get to the swap point, do the swap with him, and then hopefully I'll have time left on my clock where I can get it out, get it away from the El Paso area, and hopefully get it to maybe to Van Horn by the time I'm done with my shift. And then of course it'll be well into the early morning hours by the time I even get out that way. Either way, it's probably be closer to 3 a.m. by the time I get to where the swap point is, and then get about 5 a.m. or so. Yeah, right around the end of my 14-hour clock, or possibly. Or no, it won't be the end of my 14. I'll actually still have about an hour left. I think it'll be my drive clock that'll limit me, though. I'll hopefully be able to get his load moving right away, so I have an easier time on the next shift getting it where it needs to go. Does that time count against your... I'm not really sure what your... I need a little more context on what you're asking there, Dylan. All right, less than 10 miles out. So let's just say I sleep a couple hours, if I end my shift in El Paso, it's only 550 miles this shift, but I'll probably end up with a closer to 650 mile shift the following shift, and now I have to burn more of my 14-hour clock on the driving part, and it's I can do it, but at the same time it's more difficult to do, and I like having more options to work with. So that's why I want to, when I get to the swap point tonight, any kind of extra miles I can get out of that thing before I end my shift tonight, or in the morning actually, is what I plan to do. And also have the extra benefit on that, where the more the harder I run, well, then again, it won't necessarily be the case. Well, yeah, I can. I might also be able to preload my my recaps for next week, because I just a few minutes ago finished the calendar day of driving for February 4th, because it just hit midnight a few minutes ago in Central Time Zone. So basically, I'll run whatever hours I can today. I mean, the rest of the morning, and then I can do a 10-hour break, and then I can keep get that load moving perhaps right away. Let's just say, well, no, that'd be too early. Never mind, because if I finish at Van Horn around 5 a.m., that would mean I could go back on duty by about 1500, or basically tomorrow afternoon at 3. And the problem there, my 14-hour clock would expire by 5 a.m., and that'd be 4 hours before the load delivers. Yeah, so different ways I can spin that too. Can I go ahead and get all the way into Dallas at 5 a.m. and then start a 10-hour break and then deliver it while I'm on my 10-hour break? Maybe I can spark on site. I don't know where the hell the load's going. I don't, so I won't know anything about that until I get there. And so there's a possibility I might need to wait until it's time to deliver, or 13 to 14 hours before my appointment time. Let's say 13, to start my 14-hour clock, and then get it moving. And so that'll slow me down as far as my recaps for my how much on duty time I'll use for on February 5th, which means when February 13th comes around, when I need those recaps, I might not have so many available as I might otherwise. I kind of went on about a couple little things there, so apologize if there's any confusion there. Just little thoughts that go in my head with strategically using my time and my hours of service, though. How to make most effective use of it, for not just for money making purposes, but for personal ease or stress, or demand, whatever kind of situations. Cabot Road, last exit in Arizona, really, really close to New Mexico now. Which means I'm a little bit less than 30 miles away from the Pilot and Flying J in Lordsburg. I will have to stop in Lordsburg for sure for my 30-minute break. Down to 43 minutes left on my 8-hour clock now, and I won't be able to get anywhere past Lordsburg before I absolutely have to stop. So I'll be stopping there. I'll get fuel, do a 30 there also. Maybe go ahead and end the feed while I'm doing my 30, and then may start it back up afterward, when I'm ready to roll. So, because we're already over, over 7 hours on this feed, and don't want it to go over 12, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a longer than 12-hour shift. So we'll plan on that happening. When I get my fuel, start my 30, I'll go ahead and end the feed, and probably start a new feed, whatever, when possibly, depending on as long as we still have people interested in watching, which appears to be the case now. We were down to just 2 people watching not too long ago, but it looks like we're back up, kind of been up and down. So yeah, I may go ahead and restart it, because there's at least some interest in apparently watching still. Even if it's just dark road, I'm sure, you know, the interaction and hearing whatever I have to say or what I might be listening to seems to interest people, so why not? Right after exit 20, right in between where the Loves in Lordsburg is and where the Pilot and Flying J are. Should be the only way station that I'll have to deal with the rest of the way to Dallas. Now, there are CMV inspection places in Texas, but they tend to be closed. Once in a blue moon, you'll find them open, but far more often than not, I don't see any of them open. And of course, driving in the middle of the night, that's even more reason I think there's better chances of being way stations being closed at that rate. Way stations all the time now, because of whatever's going on with safety. And in fact, yesterday, when I was going to the way stations over in, they've gone by then, since then, they only green lighted me because they were both closed. So when I get to this one over here in Lordsburg, I'm expecting I'll probably get red lighted. We'll find out though when we get to it. Good news is I'm on the lower side of having my fuel available. I have over a quarter, but less than 3/8, so, or at least that's what it's indicating. Like I said, I should have more than that, but I don't know if it's the wind, or maybe my truck's naturally burning more for some weird reason because whatever got done. Get the impression it's burning more fuel than it normally does. So I'll have to watch for a change in the trend of my fuel usage. So as I document on a spreadsheet all my miles and all of my fuel purchases, so I can track long term what's going on. I know exactly what I get cumulatively over a long term, but. And I can't really go off of just short-term performance, because this could just be weather related. It could be, now in this case, especially load related, because I weighed 79,700 when I scaled this load after I swapped. So this is going to be a naturally more difficult one to pull. It's naturally going to consume more fuel. What happened to that ticket in Oklahoma? You know, it's funny, I keep forgetting to call them. I meant to call them up today to ask them about it, but I went back to sleep and woke up, and then it was already 3 o'clock, and I was like, well, you know, I'm kind of thinking about when my 14-hour clock will actually end. Yeah, because I want to make sure if I can drive late enough into the morning where I will have an easy time finding a place to park. Kind of like, you know, if I start too early in the afternoon and end up showing up, let's just say like midnight, 1 a.m., then it's not always a good recipe for finding a place to park very easily. So I like being able to drive later into the morning, like around 4, 5, 6 at least. Actually 5 or 6 ideally. But anyway, it was right around an ideal time to take off. So kind of just got moving right after I woke up, and then I forgot to even call the driver legal company. I need to try and remember to call them tomorrow, I guess, or I should say Wednesday. It already is Wednesday in Central Time Zone, but it's not quite Wednesday yet here in New Mexico or Arizona or California. Alright, less than 20 miles to go to the truck stops. Where I'm going to probably stop at the Pilot. Well, it can't be the fuel filters because I just got a PM done. This is my that load that I swapped to get this one was the very first load I've done since I got the PM done, and they changed the fuel filters on that. I also had a DOT inspection done, and then I realized I gotta call the dealer up and ask them, hey, where the hell's my DOT inspection card that you guys were supposed to give me? Usually I need to have my annual DOT inspection card. That way, if I get a level 1 inspection, I can actually show it to them. So that's one of the things they'll check for a lot of times. They want to make sure that you've had a DOT inspection done at a shop within the last 12 months. Now, the one that I still have in the truck here is good through March, but still, I just got one done. I'd like to have a card that shows that it was just done. And I couldn't find one anywhere. I didn't. It's not in my door jamb. It's not up here in my visor. That's an old one up in the visor. I need to get rid of it. So it looks to me like I was never given one, and either they never filled one out, or they had one filled out but it didn't put it in my truck, and one was never provided. So I need to call them up tomorrow and ask them, hey, where the hell's my card? Yeah, even when I did my pre-trip, I even looked at I can see that it's a brand new fuel filter. It's so clean that I'm not even seeing any fuel in it. That's something I might have to consider, though, is open my hood and have the engine running to make sure I'm not pissing it out on the ground somewhere, because it could be that the little poppet, the little gate valve there for the water separator, they might have left it cracked open just slightly enough to where some of my fuel's disappearing while leaking down. But if that was the case, I'd be seeing evidence of leaks underneath the, down on the ground when I'm parked, and when I'm doing my pre-trip. So I don't even think that's the case. my indicator, my fuel level gauge, giving sometimes it's reading, sometimes it goes back up to where it's supposed to be, but so it could be a sending unit or an indicator too, for all I know. I've not done a complete fill up yet. All of my fill-ups, all of my fuelings have only been 80 gallons at most, and or the last two have only been 50 gallons, and the next one's only going to be 50 as well. So I think I'm going to need to get to a point where I actually have the ability to max out my fuel tanks, and then we'll watch. Spend a couple of weeks or so watching for trend there to see if my average miles per gallon drops because of over this. That'll give me a more solid clue. Really, yeah, I actually have my IFTA stickers, but I got to put them on. I need to get a putty knife or something. I've heard a blow dryer, like a hair dryer, and a putty knife are pretty good options because those stickers are not easy to remove. I have the new ones right here in my permit book. I gotta remember. Maybe I'll do that when I'm on my 30-minute break. Get a knife one here. I'll get the off and change while I'm on my. No, never mind. I'm not gonna do that yet. It's too cold. 37 degrees. Definitely not a good time to be changing them. So I'll just get a putty knife and then. Maybe while I'm on my 10-hour break or something, if the weather's warm enough and dry enough, I will go ahead and try to change them. 5 miles from where the Loves and Lordsburg is, and about 11 miles now from Pilot and Flying J. At 28 left on my 8-hour clock.
Days after her tragic death, her grandmother, Ellie Philippi, 89, also passed away. "If I take anything from this, love your siblings," said Justice Kelly. "Call them. Hug your mom and dad and love those friends that you call family. Don't ever leave without saying, 'I love you,' kiss and hug and tell people how much they mean to you. Because tomorrow is not promised." For late-breaking news, join 24/7 Headline News on our Facebook news groups for Los Angeles County News, Riverside County News, Adelanto News, Coachella Valley News, U.S. World News, Victor Valley, Inland Empire News. If you like what we are doing and want regular updates on your Facebook stream, like our Facebook fan page. You may also follow 24/7 headline news on Twitter and Instagram. Article 136 of 201. 4 takeaways from the Chiefs Titans and what it means for the 49ers, Niners Nation.
That's obviously outdated. I'm going to pass that one.
Article 137 of 201. BlackRock's Capito, people in cash won't be able to retire in dignity. A long life can be a problem if retirees have not invested their money, according to BlackRock president and co-founder Rob Capito.
Yeah,
They're never going to be able to retire in dignity if that money is not invested, Capito told Yahoo Finance at the 50th Annual World Economic Forum in Davos. You can't invest for the future in the future. Investing can provide a continual source of income when, with ever-increasing lifespans, it may not be possible to predict how much money retirees need in the bank. Life expectancy was an average 78.6 years in 2017, up from 78.1 in 2007 and 76.5 in 1997, according to the most recent statistics by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. If you just sit on the sidelines and don't get invested for the future, with the longevity that people are having because of better healthcare, it's not going to be easy to be able to retire and live those extra 10 to 14 years, he said. Last year, there was...
I'm going to pause that for a bit because you got the way station coming up right after this exit. Actually 3 miles out, but as remember, it's not too far past this from right where the wind motion sensor and the pre-pass thing is at. My pre-pass unit, that's something else I need to remember when I get to our terminal next time. I might need to replace it because every time it gives me an audible alert now, it's just one solid long beep. It's supposed to do it on intervals. But now it doesn't matter if it's green or red, it gives the same long audible chirp, so it might just mean that I need new batteries. And depending on how it's mounted, I may or may not be able to, or sometimes you have to actually replace it, and you can't always just change the batteries. Oh, this guy's going too slow, and I think that way station's open. Now I gotta back off and maintain spacing behind this other guy. So I was sensing myself catching up to him, and I want to try to maintain good distance between me and him. There's a trooper right there watching traffic. Way station, 1 mile. Not necessarily open though. We'll find out when we get up here. Who is this, Prime? Is that why they're going so slow? They have trailer tails on their doors, so probably is Prime. Not too many companies out here anymore use trailer tails except Prime. Damn it, quit slowing down. You can wait till you get closer. Mine didn't give any kind of indication at all, so I'm going to have to go in. stuff off when you go into way stations. Sometimes they have to talk to you through the PA system at a lot of them. Did this. Maybe I'm just used to the one on I-40. It's set up differently. I can't even see with the tinted windows. Oh, thank you. Have a good day. She gave me a thumb up, so I'm good. That they were ever like they had them painted like that. It's not uncommon that I'm over here, but it's not sure as hell not nearly as common that I'm down here as it is that I'm on I-40. If I do decide I'm gonna eat anything at all, I'm gonna go for Wendy's. So. Actually, it's Arby's over there, I forgot. Yeah, I'm going to look for what's going on the off-ramp on the westbound side early. Because over here, when you get down here, you have to actually yield to the westbound off-ramp traffic, if there is any. There's nobody on it, though, so I can just go ahead and go right on through. Pretty nice wide parking area, yeah, a lot here too. So, and actually this time of night, because it's after 11:30 here now, might be able to. I mean, if need be, I might just do my 30-minute break in the fuel island unless there are spots open. But, you know, it might be slow enough period where, you know, just in case I do need to do it in the fuel island, because I don't see open spots yet. I'm going to go ahead and go to the lane that's furthest away from the building. might be a spot right there in front of the scale. Oh no, you know what? I see some spots over here to my right. So it should be alright. Alright, let's see if we have any more luck with the fuel now. Hopefully the EFS problem's been fixed so I can get my more fuel. I see a spot right in front of the scale, and then I see at least 2, if not more. There might be some other ones over there to the side of that yellow Kenworth over there in the corner. Oh, move. Oh, not DEF. I need truck. I don't need DEF or reefer. Telling me to certify my days. I'll do it when I'm ready to. We are having trouble communicating with our server. Alright, so it might be their system. So let me go see if I can pay inside the building. I have to do it manually, of course. Cross your fingers. curious. I might have an idea. It's either indication or possibly a leveling valve. So yeah. Okay, I only got 60 gallons. I put it all in this one tank. I didn't get any other fuel. Tank's almost full. These are 100-gallon tanks, so I had, I mean, if I'm already, actually 100, this one might be 110. So if I got 60 gallons, then it had to be at least 40 already in there. So that suggests an indication problem. Now looking at the other, looking at the passenger side, got a decent amount in there. I don't know if you guys can see very well, but I don't think you can see very easily, but I can tell. By visually inspecting that it's got at least half a tank of fuel in this tank. So it tells me that this fuel is the fuel on my right side might not be getting picked up at all, which means my leveling valve might not be working. Let me get parked and start my 30. At least now that I have it all on the left side, I can have access to more of it. Looks like forward air wants to park. I'll probably park in one of these spots facing the fuel island. Could also go for the one right over here, right in front of the scale, but no, I think that might be a reserve spot, so let's see what I think might be. He's going to need to pull forward, I guarantee it. But sometimes you gotta do, yeah, his trailer's getting too close to that other one, and he doesn't have a lot of room to work with before he starts dealing with this Sean truck lines, whatever. He should be all right now. Yeah, he looks a lot better there now. So let me get parked. Shit, I'm down to 1 minute left. So I get parked before my clock runs out. Since I'm burning, I don't care if I burn a second of drive time. No, you know what? This one over here is easier. This Trias one. So I'll go for that one instead. Corrected pretty quickly. Had to make sure the trailer was actually going to rotate though. change it. Stupid thing. Before I get a freaking log violation for bullshit. Should have just put myself in PC status so I don't have to worry about that. Alright guys, I'm going to go ahead and end this pretty quickly here so I can go and get my my receipt, all that, and I'm going to probably grab a bite to eat when there while I'm at it. And like I said, we're already 8 hours in. Let's see, I got 4:29 left on my 11. Might be enough to get me to Van Horn. I'd be pushing it. I don't know. Won't be any problem getting to El Paso. Which I didn't expect to be an issue. 5:58 left on the 14 though, so be down to about 5.5-ish by the time we even start leaving here, which means it'd only be about an hour gap between my 11 and my 14 by the time I get to the swap point. So that's something I got to consider, is when I get to the swap point, how much time am I going to spend sitting there getting the swap done with, so I can actually get rolling and hopefully make effective use of whatever's left on my drive clock by the time I get to the swap point. So I'm gonna get all that knocked out though. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the feed like I said. I'll go ahead and get another stream running when I'm done with my break here, because I see there's at least sufficient interest to kind of warrant doing it. So always, again, thank you guys as always. So, yeah, just say, tune in again in about half an hour. We'll have a different stream up for you, okay? All right, thanks a lot for